Oh, did that just make me auto go live? I don't get to click start stream. It just goes. Well, the more you know. All right. Hi, everyone. Give me a second to get situated here. Um, Let me keep that open so I can see if anyone pops in and says hi. Let me get this pulled up so I can advertise and let people know. Do announcements. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Hello, Goron, Adam. Thanks for jumping in yet again. Let me get my mic over here so you can hear me better. There we go. Now, I have not cross-streamed it to TikTok before. I'm kind of curious whether I'm able to withstand the heckling or not, so I'm gonna see if I can get the cross-stream set up. But either way, thanks for hanging out with me. Um, I've got my little counter up here so we can track our progress. Man, we're close to those garlic dice. I mean, if we still had a Dracula's Court spot available, that would be it. Um, yeah, man, we're really close. So let's see. Let me get this set up. As Grant did, I'm gonna need to co-work a little bit while we're doing this, so I'm just gonna like be hanging out. I may do a little bit of a game stream, but I am primarily just gonna like talk, answer any questions you guys have. I mean anything I'm able to say. There's some secrets still, of course, but I'm also gonna have to like like that. We just got another pledge, which is awesome. I'm gonna have to pause and like send some messages and stuff. Um, but yeah, we're just gonna keep going, keep the stream train running, and we're gonna see. I am not the marketer. That's the preferred term that Grant is. Um, so yeah, we'll see where this goes. And maybe he'll be back later tonight. Maybe Jake will be in later tonight. We don't know. We're just gonna see what we can do in these last 14 hours. Um, I really want to see. I mean, Grant was the same way. I really want to see us hit these garlic dice. I think we'll get a big spike once we do. All right, let's see. What am I doing? TikTok is what I'm doing. While I'm getting this set up, does anyone have questions? I think there were a couple that were asked in chat that Grant missed, looking between YouTube and TikTok and Facebook. So feel free to ask me. I'll answer if I can. Otherwise, throw out conversation topics and I'll ramble about them. I'll talk about Veil of the Eternal Night. Um, let's see here. Why is that so large? Nothing major, but where's Dracula? Like in the world, where is he? In Ansera. Second workshop for lichens. I haven't decided yet. That's a great idea for my next like design stream. Maybe we'll even do that tonight. Like if we run out of other things, I think that could be some fun content. Strictly brainstorming, obviously. I commit to nothing when I do those. Um, but yeah, I mean maybe we'll get into that. Let me Where is TikTok? Here we go. Map of the campaign setting posted, pinned in Discord at some point. I think it has been posted. I guess it hasn't been pinned though. Um, yeah, I can also throw it up on the screen here in just a minute. Um, let me uh, let me find it here. It's called Norspina. That's um, the region of Ansera where it takes place. See if that's. Oh, I bet I know where I saved it. There we go. Oh, it's large. Hang on. And let me get my background out of the way. Okay, here's a giant icy ocean. Let me shrink this a little bit. Woo. Here we go. There we go. All right, you know what? I'm gonna turn this back on because I like it, but I'm gonna. There we go. So there's no great way to do this except to put it over the um, numbers here, which I don't really want to do. I can also, I guess, just turn off my camera for a second here. Boop. Hopefully you can still hear me. Um, there we go. So this is Norspina. This is the region where Dracula is trying to conquer. Where okay, TikTok is also speaking in my ear. Let me mute this somehow. There we go. Okay. Um, and yeah, so this is Norspina. This is all of the different nations that are going to be the focus of Veil of the Eternal Night. Dracula will be somewhere in this region. He asked me not to tell you exactly where he is located. And so, Master's wish is my command. Anyway, the spine of the world here is this massive mountain range that goes down the center of Githandia. There's there's these big like icy tundra plains up here, and then the Arctic Ocean that goes up to Yodven, which is an Arctic island nation. Kess is where Lorvin is. Lorvin is the Paris-inspired city with all of those like uh, catacombs of death and all of that. Um, and so that's where Pelorva hangs out. Lorvin is her city, and then there's all of those other nations that are part of Norspina that are either conquered or in the process of getting conquered over the course of this campaign. Yeah, hey Nintendude, we are back. It's me, Nathan, this time. So another one of the devs. Grant is done. May or may not come back tonight. Other people from the dev team may or may not come in tonight. We're kind of playing it by ear, but yeah, for now, for the next few hours, you've got me. So you're welcome. I'm sorry, some combination thereof. Ask any questions you want. I'll answer what I can. I will deflect if I'm not ready to divulge information yet, but I'll try to answer. Dracula is side eyeing me. I promise I won't I won't give anything too drastic away. All right, let me turn that off. There we go. Um, See, I'm of dual conviction here. On one hand, the garlic dice look awesome. On the other hand, I've really lost my taste for garlic in the past couple weeks, so I don't really know how I feel about it. Um, Settings, devices, camera. I'm over here trying to figure out TikTok. Settings. Yeah, I mean, Adam, I flavors, tastes change as you get older. Like I used to not like cantaloupe, and now I really like cantaloupe. So I don't know. It can happen. That's amazing, Tazkippy. I would love to make something like that for Mythcraft. Yeah, I mean, we're all about crazy monsters. We do a lot of idea mining from like different folklore and that kind of stuff. I mean, you've seen some Slavic inspired creatures. You've seen quite a few like East Asian and Japanese inspired creatures. I'm trying to think what other like Appalachian horror. And then just weird stuff like the ice Skeeto that I came up with. So um, yeah, the 10-legged polar bear. Let me see if I can pronounce that. Kupkigak? Oh, you got to pronounce it there. Kukalgiak. Um, I hope I'm saying that right. Anyway, that's awesome. I'd love to stat that. Um, I don't really have any plans for this stream other than hanging out and answering questions, popping over to Kickstarter and like doing some updates and stuff when I need to do that. Um, maybe we'll even like stat out a Kukogiak here, or maybe we'll work on the lycanthrope a little bit more. Maybe I'll play some Castlevania. I don't know. I'm kind of open to do anything. Hello, David One. Thanks for jumping back in. For now, let me focus for just a second and get see if I can get TikTok set up here. This is a frightening new world to me. Um, I want to go live on TikTok, and it's not wanting me to do that. Crabtree, there has not been any official talk on running the new module or any of our campaigns for official podcasts. I think that would be a lot of fun. It really comes down to like time and getting people in a virtual room together to like actually record. So I mean it's quite an undertaking. I will say I think I believe Goran is part of it, so he can correct me or say more. But I believe Tales from Yavard has done some Cloven Lands playthrough on their stream, on or not their stream, on their podcast. Um, that's I mean Cloven Lands is not this campaign, but it's the first campaign that we are releasing uh, for uh, for Mythcraft. Playtesting for part one is out now, and playtesting for part two comes out this Monday, and that's pretty much all I was working on today. Oh, not with the full cast. Okay, thank you. Um, yeah, so I mean, I'd like to. There just haven't been conversations about like how and when and where and with whom to do it. Oh, nice Morgana fight coming up. That'll be fun. Okay, this nothing makes me feel more like that meme of the uh how do you do, fellow kids, that meme, then TikTok. I cannot figure it out. I don't understand it. I don't like it. But whatever. I can say that because I'm not streaming to them yet. um, Alright. Go live. Where's the go live button? Is it this big plus down here? I know, right? I was cracking up watching him respond to those. Multiple cameras detected. Okay. Why am I not on camera on TikTok? That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, right? I'm sure TikTok is gonna find something about, like, my hair. Why does this person have hair? Who is he? Yeah, it's not my thing either, but I mean, an audience is an audience, and I really, really hope that we can get the word out enough to get that last um 2500, get those garlic dice. Um I know, yeah, you told me to go to settings. Okay, close. This is going to be super entertaining for you all watching me try to figure out TikTok. Well, while I'm trying to figure this out, let me ask you, what weekend plans do you have, if any, or what all is going on in your lives right now? Do you guys go to conventions? I'm going to a small Minneapolis game convention for Mythcraft stuff in um oh, when is it? Late April. And then I haven't got my tickets yet, but I will be going to Gen Con, and I'm trying to get some organized play events. Um, Trying to get some organized play events set up for Gen Con. I already have them set up for DaveCon in Minneapolis, so that'll be a lot of fun. Um, DaveCon. It is, where is it? It's the MSP Marriott Hotel. Um, Yeah, Astakar, if you go to that, please. I mean, it's a small convention, so there's no way you're gonna miss me. I'll be wearing this shirt or a shirt like it. And I'm gonna be vending Mythcraft during the day and then running organized play for Mythcraft at night. So it's gonna be a really fun time, fun 3 days. One of my friends is flying in from out of state to help me like facilitate it. So, um, yeah, really looking forward to that. All right, let's take the talks. Home, maybe? No, that's to watch other people. Profile. Here we go. Share profile. No, that's like social, putting it on other social media. Um, we don't have like we don't sell Mythcraft shirts yet. I really want to get some merch like going and on our store for that kind of thing because I think that's a great idea, right? Like be a walking advertisement. I think probably what's gonna happen, and I don't know, this is not official at all, but probably what's gonna happen is sometime in the next year we'll run like a very small, lower budget Kickstarter to do like a line of T-shirts, like this kind of shirt, um, shirts of the different classes, like that kind of stuff, like that kind of maybe baseball hats. I wear baseball hats very frequently, so that would be a lot of fun. Again, not committing to that. That's not an official statement. That's just something I'd like to do. That's something we've talked a little bit about, but haven't like solidified plans for. This I got custom like printed or printed, stitched, whatever it is. I think yeah, it's not stitched in. It's like ironed on or something like that. Um anyway, I've got this. I've got one other like it, and I'm gonna be getting a couple in different colors with like the Veil of the Eternal Night and Quasi Real like logos on them. But that's just like a personal thing because I want them in. Like you said, I want to be the walking billboard. Um, yeah, I mean, it's great to know there's interest there. Like, I do think that's a really good, really fun idea. Um, oh my gosh, let's see. What is this? Let me see. Sorry, let me catch up on chat real quick. Next campaign, have a retailer tier. I agree. So we did that for our first Mythcraft campaign, and no retailers were interested. I went to several local game stores personally. I'd been there a few times before, so I wasn't like a total complete stranger, but I'm still not as plugged in with those communities as I would like to be, just because I spend so much time like in my little closet here, like writing my game like um, I don't know, a hermit crab or something, hiding, writing my game. Um, but I do have a little bit better connections with them now, and they can see that we're like a legitimate company now. So we actually, in the past couple days, had some retailers reach out about stocking our stuff and asked if we had a retailer tier for Veil of the Eternal Night. We don't have a retailer tier for Veil of the Eternal Night because nobody backed our retailer tier for Mythcraft, like the original launch. So third Kickstarter, we probably will. Again, I can't guarantee any of that. Like that's a conversation I have to sit down and have with the rest of the team. But yeah, so running Mythcraft at local game stores, I'm going to be starting that in the next month. Again, Astakar, if the Twin Cities is not a crazy drive, then I'd love to see you there. If you're like from Duluth or something and making the trip is not worth it for like an afternoon, I understand that. Um, but I'm gonna start organized play, like Adventurers League. If any of you do that with Fifth Edition, like that, but Mythcraft. That's gonna be starting in some game stores, and then from there move to conventions, and from there I'll release it to basically all of you to take to your own game stores and start cascading it. I'm sorry. Is this better? I've had some issues with my you can hear like normal. Paul, it could totally be on my end. It could be my placement. Let me pop my gain a little bit. How's that? Yeah, sorry. Sometimes I can be really quiet. Um, if I'm if my audio placement is incorrect. So let me know if this is better. I'm not gonna go much louder, unless it's still really quiet. But I don't want to like blow your ears out. So I just bumped the gain up. Let me know if if that's kind of a better volume. Okay, Astakar, you're in Bloomington. Great. So yeah. So Tower Games is in Minneapolis. Um, it's a game store that has a um, pretty robust weekly schedule, and so they're gonna start slotting me in maybe like once a month to do some live plays. Some hair on me. I don't know what that was. A hair is just gonna mess with the stream constantly. Okay, I bumped it up a little bit more. If I start blowing your ears out, let me know. But probably it seems like the concern is more not being heard at all than being heard too much. Um, and let's see. So Dave Con, yes, I will be there all 3 days, Friday through Sunday. I've got some let's play or some organized play events for Friday and Saturday night, and for Sunday afternoon. And then uh, Friday during the day, Saturday during the day, and Sunday in the morning, we'll have a Mythcraft vending booth running. Yeah, thanks for letting me know the volume was off. Obviously, like I adjust it when we're doing podcast recordings, so if I need to get louder or quieter, then let me know. Crabtree, I'm gonna start making it to as many cons as like physically possible amid also continuing to develop the game. Um, because I if I have to pick one, I would rather prioritize getting more content out that you can then play with your home group or take and play in an organized way with your local game store. But I grew up going to cons. I really love like the convention scene. Um, Late elementary school all the way through the end of high school, I went to Strategicon in Los Angeles 3 times a year. And so I'm trying to make it back out at least once, if not twice, this year. Because I mean that's a really it, it's a larger middle-sized con, right? Like it's not Gen Con, but they get 2 to 3 thousand people per event they run, so could get some really good visibility. Could have some fun like let's play events. Um, I keep saying let's play. Let's play is like a podcast or a live stream. Organized play is like what you would do at a convention. Trevor, what convention did you go to? Let me see. I'm I'm still trying to figure out how to take the talks. I do love Renaissance festivals too. Yeah, the Minnesota one is really fun. I'm planning to go to the Minnesota Ren Fest this year as Alucard, as kind of a celebration of Veil of the Eternal Night. So planning to do like the whole wig and golden contacts and like vampire fangs. Just go all out. Uh, Astakar, if you see Alucard and it looks like me but without facial hair, assume it's me and please introduce yourself. I would love to meet you. Um, I am just not figuring out this TikTok thing. It makes no sense to me. Creator tools? Maybe that? No, I don't think so. 90,000 people. That's amazing, Trevor. Yeah, I think I'm giving up on TikTok for this stream. Um, Give me a second to otherwise get the word out, and then I'll catch up on chat here. Well, Crabtree, I would be going live on the same TikTok that Grant was live on, so like the followers wouldn't be an issue there. It's just the homebrew account. Um, all right, let me just check and see. Yeah, it's all the same account, same like it's the same YouTube channel, all of that. Um, let's see. Genghis Khan. That's hilarious. Mid-sized gaming con. Yeah. Okay, so let's see what just had it this year. All right. Yeah, I mean, so I've got a year to plan. My schedule for conventions this year is not as well planned as I wanted it to be. I intended to hit the ground running this year. Um, that didn't happen, so I'm going to make it to as many as I can. Probably end up being between 3 and 5 conventions this year, and I'll try to tentatively like double that number next year and do between 6 and 10 conventions in 2025. Um, all right, let me get caught up on this. Such and such. I'm not gonna reveal information, but I'm posting like whenever someone cancels a pledge, I'm like, hey, are you sure you wanted to do that? If so, let us know so we can improve. If not, maybe pledge again. Where can you get the Mythcraft shirt? So far nowhere. This is a basically a one of a kind. I got 2 copies printed so I can wear them like back to back. But yeah, right now it's just like a personal thing that I did. Um Eventually I would really love to do like a short, or not a short, but like a small Kickstarter or something like it to just start launching, rolling out Mythcraft t-shirts, um adding um oh, what else besides just like the Mythcraft t-shirt? Berserker t-shirts, maybe t-shirts with like the legends of Mythcraft on them, or like pick your class, like different thematic merch like that. Welcome Doodley, welcome Ash. Hey, thanks for joining Ash. Ash is our amazing what is her official title? Uh Social media operator, social media manager, something something, but amazing, super talented person. Um Put it in the store. Put this shirt in the store, or just put a shirt like it in the store. If you want this particular shirt. um, yeah, Eldrith, I agree. I think it would be a really cool. Okay, ashes are something something. Perfect. Um, XP distributor. That's right. That's right. Yeah, we've had some very preliminary conversations about t-shirts and the like. I need to look into t-shirt production a little bit more. But yeah, if it's reasonable and like would yeah, if it would make financial sense, I think we could totally put on like a print on demand kind of thing there. I just have to look and see if that's a viable option for t-shirts. I know we held off on that for Sanity Damage for a couple different reasons, but um, we'll see. Different audiences, so because this is like a game instead of a show, there might be more of a market for like physical goods. Hello, Spaz. Thanks for joining. Trevor, thank you for adding another dice tray. I appreciate it. Let me, all right, here we go. Trevor, quite a few of the homebrew dice, or the homebrew dice trays, or the homebrew, like, apparel. I know we have some really cool hoodies, and is there a homebrew t-shirt? I know there's some hoodies. Spaz naps are great. I believe in naps. I don't like sleep, but I like a nice nap. I just feel so unproductive when I sleep. But, you know, 3 or 4 10, 20 minute naps throughout the day. And then just like a short night, I'll do that. Playtest or David one. No, I would not. I am not a mage of the beach. I don't care about that kind of thing. Yeah, I couldn't remember if there was a Tevian shirt. So is Tevian a t-shirt? I know there's the Oliver Crit Machine hoodie with like the dice down the sleeves. Hard Napper. I'm not familiar with that subclass. That's awesome. David one, I don't know if you. I think you were already in when I was saying I will for sure be at Gen Con this year. I am trying to get some organized play events going for Gen Con, but either way, I'll be there to say hi to people. I'm probably going to be at Origins as well. I already missed the deadline for registering Mythcraft for any kind of thing at Origins, so no merch and no organized play. But I'll still be there. I'll introduce myself to the event coordinators and all of that. Get ready for next year. Yeah, I'm really excited for organized play. I think that's going to be like the next big thing that really elevates Mythcraft, gets the word out about it. So if any of you have played Adventurers League in D&D, where like, you know, that's how I did a lot of. I mean, I'm a forever DM, but most of the characters that I played before I started podcasting with the homebrew was characters that I would take to conventions and just do organized play and level them up like 6 levels at a time, and then go like 4 months and then do 6 more levels. Um, And so Adventurers League, I really enjoy that play style. I'm really excited to start rolling out some organized play content for Mythcraft. At first, obviously we're a small company. We're not the mages of the beach, but at first, so what we're gonna do at first is like adapt the Cloven Lands into a series of episodic organized playable like modules. We'll do the same kind of thing with Kings of Tyranny, and then with the Veil of the Eternal Night 2 book series. Um, from there, depending on what all is on our plate and what all the writers that work with me are um, capable of taking on, then we may expand and start releasing like just organized play modules, as opposed to like this is meant to be more of a home campaign kind of sit down and play. So yeah, I'm really excited for it. Um, Trevor, I will let you know if I make it down to Illinois. My goal is to make it to as many cons as I possibly can next year, and to make it to. Let's see, I've got one lined up for April, May, June, August. So yeah, probably between 4 and 6 this year is my goal. I don't want to burn myself out. I really enjoy cons, but they do exhaust you. Like, I mean, it's a huge adrenaline rush that you ride from Friday morning through Sunday night, or in some cases Monday afternoon, depending on when they're scheduled. Um, yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how many I can do while staying on top of writing. Grab my coffee. Don't want to fade. Grant went 5 hours. I'm trying to match him. Which one am I doing in April? DaveCon. I'll find the link real quick. DaveCon 2024. Find the link and post it there. Um, yeah, so there'll be Mythcraft vending during the day and organized play at night. Yeah, I mean that's the goal. Grant has more energy for this kind of thing than I do, but I'm gonna try to rise to the occasion. Let's see. Haven't gotten new pledges in a minute here. Oh, actually lost some. Someone decreased. Well, um, what should we do? This is kind of a choose your own adventure. I can game stream a little bit. If I move this, does it? Okay, good. I can do some lycanthrope design. I think it would be fun to talk through the Kickstarter campaign. I mean, that's kind of just. Whoops, sorry. Oh my gosh. Let me fix this scaling issue real quick. There we go. All right, that's fine. That's fine. A little bit of everything, lycanthropy. Will there be a creative stream for the Curseblade Warrior? Thank you for asking again. I saw that in chat and then I forgot it. I was trying to juggle TikTok at the same time. I think that's a great idea. The challenge with those. This is not by any means a no. It's not going to happen. But the challenge is I've got. Oh, where Axolotl? That's amazing. I've got a really cool and really talented team of writers that work for me, that work on different Mythcraft projects. They have all taken a handful of different subclasses for Veil of the Eternal Night. So the challenge with the Curseblade Warrior is I can't remember who has claimed it right now. It's possible that it's me or Grant. If that's the case, we can for sure do like some kind of live stream. If it's someone else, I'm going to defer to their comfort level with that. If they're willing to hop on and do kind of a brainstorm outline thing, like with me co-hosting or something like that, then yeah, absolutely. But if one of the if it's not me or Grant, if it's one of our other writers, and they would prefer to avoid the spotlight, then I'll back them on that decision as well. That said, I really I love those design streams. I have a lot of fun with them. And I certainly want to do more of them as I'm working on different things throughout the Veil of the Eternal Night campaign, as I'm doing different designs. Shay Ray, hello, welcome. Lycanthropy. We may jump in and do some lycanthropy design here in just a second. Shay Ray, you want to know more about the Oracle Druid? Sounds so cool. Okay, let me come back to that. Axolotl. Yeah, I think you got it. I just that last Axolotl. I think it's an A instead of an I. I'm not sure. Anyway. Yeah. I really enjoy doing them. I think it's a fun way to connect with you all, and I love the kind of brainstorm boardroom vibe that it has, because you guys come up with amazing ideas. Some of them are not relevant for like the vision I'm working on. Some of them are exactly what I'm trying to put words to, and I don't like figure it out. It doesn't like connect until one of you says that. So it's a really fun time. I enjoy those a lot. Catch up. Squeak Squeak Productions. Hello, welcome. Thanks for joining. Shay Ray, let me let me move us over to this new screen. Let me fix my technology on this one as well real quick. Hey, we went back up. Thank you, whoever contributed. I'll do my best to continue Grant's shout out, like thank someone when they contribute. I'll do my best to continue that. So let's see who did that. It's black. Yeah. I'm gonna throw something up in just a second. Let me. I don't have anything up right now either. Goldfang 95 pledged for the digital trilogy. Thank you, Goldfang, and thank you, Mina Thiel. Sorry if I mispronounced that, for also getting the digital trilogy, and for Jack Glide for also getting the digital trilogy. Amazing. To see a trilogy of trilogies. All right. What was I pulling up? We were gonna do the lycanthrope design a little bit in a minute. What else was it? Um, Oracle Druid is what we were gonna talk about. Let's see. All right, let me capture another screen here. Boop. All right, let's see how well this works. All right, so Shay Ray, this is about the Druid Oracle. I don't know if you're asking specifically, so let me know in chat. Are you asking specifically about the Druid track of the Oracle in Mythcraft, or are you asking about like the similarities and differences between? Here, let me get this guy over here. Oh my gosh, this guy up here. There we go. Yeah, are you asking specifically about the Druid track of the Oracle, or asking about like the similarities and differences between the Druid in D&D and the Oracle in Mythcraft? Let me know. I'm gonna talk through the Druid track of Mythcraft until I hear otherwise. This is actually the. Let me see if I can make this larger. That didn't super help. That's fine. This is actually the track that my character in Mythcraft the podcast is focusing on right now. Her name is Hildegard. I really enjoy playing her. I think she's a really fun character. But yeah, she's an oracle. She's focusing on Druid track right now. She may branch out into Fate later. I'm not sure. But essentially the Druid track is one of our first it's one of our first class tracks that allows you to multi magic source within the track. So obviously you can take a class and you can learn magic, and then you can go and learn magic from a different source. So you can multi class your magic manually, but the Druid track allows it to happen automatically. So you take Warden of the Primal when you become a Druid. You get the choice between Warden or between. Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, yeah. I'll come back to Circle of Tarot in just a second. How is this? I cranked my gain. I see more Nathan is too quiet comments, and I apologize about that. Um, I am. Let me see. I think I can also turn on. Wait, they're on. Why are they unavailable? Stream settings. I'm sorry, y'all. I don't know why it won't let me turn closed captioning on. Anyway, I cranked my gain again, so if that helped, please let me know. If that did not help, please let me know, and I'll keep tinkering with it. I can always just basically like eat my spit shield here and just talk really close to the microphone. But hopefully right here is a good volume. Let me recaffeinate. All right, the druid track allows you within a single class build to first take Warden of the Primal and then take one of the other magic sources, either Divine if you go the Old Gods route, or Occult if you go the Weird Wood route, and then you have to balance out your use. You have to balance out how much primal magic you use and how much divine or occult magic you use, and so that's the gist of the druid track in the oracle class of Mythcraft. Astakar, thank you so much for hanging out with us. I hope to see you either at game days at Tower Games or at DaveCon or both. So until then, have a good night. Um, let's see. Catching up on chat. All the subclasses are super heckin' cool. Thank you. I think so too. Grant did a lot of the top level like ideation for them, and I think he did a fantastic job. Um, I came up with a handful of them. I think that most of the subclasses this time around were Grant's idea, and he did a great job, kind of filling the different tropes of dark fantasy there. Um, the exactly, Trevor. So the Circle of Tarot Druid in in Veil of the Eternal Night. That's why we're here. Hello, it's Veil of the Eternal Night. The Circle of Tarot Druid for 5th edition, or Oracle for Mythcraft, will be able to have abilities kind of like Morgana. I haven't started drafting it yet, but that is one that I claimed, so I may do a design stream walking through that. Um, I think that could be a really fun topic for a design stream. We can get into the lore of Ansera's tarot a little bit, the Shadowcroft Arcanum. Um, I'm so glad, Benjamin. There's a fun story about the Oracle. I'll come back to that story. Um, as much as I can, I'm trying to remember what I say I'll come back to. But if I forget something, just poke me. Um, so the if you've played our demo or if you've read through our demo, you've seen how Morgana can basically during combat she can flip over a deck of minor arcanas and a deck of major arcanas, and they give her different powers. So the minor arcana is like if it's a 10 of swords, then she gets plus 10 to her damage output for that round. If it's a 5 of pentacles, then she gets resist magic 5 as like a ward goes up around her. And then the major arcanas are more dramatic. They might give her different attacks. They might turn her into a dragon. There's different things that the major arcanas do to her. Um, and So the player option is going to look like that, but obviously something that won't break a game. Um, you know, like, I mean, a little bit of inspiration. Obviously, it's not one to one. I like the idea of the deck of many things from D&D. I think it's a really cool concept, but in practice it breaks games because you either level up twice and then you're more powerful than everyone else at your table, which can be good but usually is not like conducive to to playing a good game. Or you get like the void card or whatever and your soul gets locked away in like a demi plane that no one knows how to find and you're just done. You're out of the campaign. Speaking of campaign, Kickstarter campaign, we got another backer. Amazing. Thank you. Let me thank you personally for that. Come on. Ryan pledged $85 for the digital trilogy, which is $45. So there's an add-on there. Maybe the Blessed Wind dice or something like that. Thank you so much, Ryan. We really appreciate it. Um, oh, and it just went up again. We are just over 3K from the garlic dice. We're getting so close. So close. Um, DM offered the deck of many things to my Yeah, right? Pixel Geist, like it's a great idea, but it breaks more games than it helps in my experience. I've ruined a couple games with it. I have learned from my mistakes. Um, let's see. So the Circle of Tarot Druid slash Oracle is going to have some of those kinds of abilities. Not as swingy as the deck of many things, obviously, and not as strong as Morgana's because she's like a boss monster. But yeah, maybe the minor arcanas will probably look kind of similar. Like you can do additional damage, or you can regain HP, or you can heal someone. Like it'll have that kind of interplay. Um, I'm not quite sure if you're going to be able to do it like for 1 AP every turn, the way Morgana does, or if it's going to be a set number of turns per like catching your breath or per recouping. But that's the gist of the Circle of Tarot. I think it would also be really cool if the Circle of Tarot subclass allows you to do like tarot spreads and you know, read someone's fortune or help someone through a dilemma that they're thinking through. Um, oh, that would make sense. That would make sense, Pixel Guys. Yeah, the Book of Many Things that was a third party one on DM's Guild, right? I saw that. I think it did very well. I didn't follow it too closely, but it looked really good. Um, let's see. I would love Legends Volume 2, Crabtree. I'm with you there. And then after that is the Apostate Cleric. After that is four more minis. And man, those minis, they look. Oh, it's a WotC book. Okay, I didn't realize that. I, for obvious reasons, have not been following WotC very closely. Um, man, you know, anything can happen. I would love to see these minis get unlocked. They look amazing. Um, we have like prototype models. I'll show those off here in just a second. Um, if I can, yeah, there we go. Okay, so we've got four more minis that we could potentially unlock. Let's take a look. Nice. Okay. Um, there we go. Well, now you can only see their heads. Let me zoom in again. This is cooler anyway. Do like a slow crawl. Okay, so these are like mock-ups. They will obviously be more detailed and more highly rendered if we are able to unlock them. So this would just be amazing if we can get these guys. I want them so badly. This is the Dark King himself, Pendragon. Pendragon as in Arthurian lore. There's a lot of Arthurian lore influencing Veil of the Eternal Night. Obviously, vampires is like the biggest focus, but King Arthur, and his knights, or I should say Pendragon and his knights, are a huge inspiration as well. Let me see if I can zoom out a little bit or make it smaller so you can see more of him at once. There we go. It's not the prettiest stream, but it's fine. There we go. So he's like standing on this big rocky outcropping, super dramatic pose. Really cool, like armor and shield. Assuming we unlock them, they would be like the first four. So they'd be both STL files and physical minis that you could add on. Which, if we get there and people add them on, then wow, it's that time of the afternoon. My train of thought is just it's the Marvel multiverse. It's just branching. If we get to 500k and we add them on, and a bunch of people add on their minis, then that will basically unlock the VTT integration as well, which would just be incredible. We've got 13 hours to go. It could happen. If Garlic Dice gets us to the Legends of Mythcraft and that unlocks and people at it, then it's possible that we'll get there. All right. Tarot deck like object is a DM. Yeah, the Taroka decks. Yeah, exactly, Shay. So I like Curse of Strahd. I think it's a fun campaign. It's not my favorite D&D official campaign, but it's well written. It's a good campaign. My favorite is Icewind Dale, and I have not read all of the D&D official campaigns. I usually homebrew my own. But I've run Curse of Strahd and I've run Icewind Dale. I've run part of Storm King's Thunder, and I've read a couple other modules, but I haven't read all of their different campaigns. So I agree. I think the Taroka deck idea is really, really cool. I think that in execution, there's just not enough options because it just happens in that very beginning. You find out where like the item is hidden. You find out where the Mad Wizard is located, different things like that. And then it's done. And like you can roleplay it with your characters, but that's about it. So I wanted to take that idea and then expand on it, right? So Morgana's lair is randomly generated by a tarot spread that looks like the kind of tarot spread you might use to like actually tell someone's fortune or offer someone advice. I've had tarot readings done to me a few times, and they've been really insightful. It is fun. I think that in some ways they are vague enough that they can always kind of apply, right? Like fortune cookies. And while I think that's true, I don't want to say that completely like delegitimizes the power of them. Like, regardless of whether there's anything supernatural there or not, and I'll leave that up to you to decide. What is for sure true is that seeing a tarot spread and having someone walk me through a tarot spread lets me reflect on a personal decision or idea or like what I want my life to look like in a frame of mind and in a context that I would not have otherwise thought about. So if for nothing else, it's really eye-opening of an experience for that reason. Exactly. If nothing else, they offer a really unique perspective. Um, man, Benjamin, that sucks. Yeah, so the tarot deck in Mythcraft will generate Morgana's dungeon. There may be a mechanic like the Taroka where it determines how and where you can find different NPCs. I have some ideas about how that could work. Hopefully not in such a way that it screws you over like it did to Benjamin. Um, and then of course there's the Circle of Tarot character options and Morgana using them in combat. Nintendo, don't know if this has been asked, but what drove the decision to add Arthurian mythos to the campaign? That's that's a fun story. Let me give me a second to kind of get my thoughts straight with it. Um, Catch up on the rest of the chat. Yeah, I think that's it. Um, right. So we were brainstorming. This is back in maybe what would it have been, like October, maybe even earlier than that. We've been thinking about this for several months now. Um, Talking about Gothic Horror, Grant in an earlier stream laid out the difference between. Ooh, that's a rough combination, Trevor. Um, Grant was talking about the difference between cosmic horror um, and gothic horror, comparing and contrasting those. So we were having that conversation. We were talking about vampires. We were talking about what does and doesn't hurt vampires in Ansera mythos and all of that. We were talking about different strains of vampirism because there are different types of vampirism in this campaign. Anyway, we were talking about all these different things, and um, Grant was like, "I want this really cool tarot deck that has all of these different mechanics that I just talked about, like player options, monster options, location options. What can we call it?" And he was like trying to think of a name for it. Separately, I was talking about where we should set this campaign. I was like, yeah, I've got this character named Pelorva. We put her in the Mythcrafter's Guide. I think she could be a really compelling villain um, for a vampire story. She is in Ansera. She's not far away from the Cloven Lands campaign, so we could do some kind of tie-in there. Alternatively, this is what I was saying, like in chat or in our meetings. If we don't want to use that, we could use a campaign setting that has been slow cooking for a long time that I've been working on and off since 2018. Um, long time. And I've just been letting it sit on the back burner. And it's called Shadowcroft, and it's this setting with X, Y, and Z different things going on. It's got this like dark Arthur character. It's got a lot of vampires of its own. It's got some mummies and stuff. It's just like every it's got it's got a lineage of pumpkin-headed folk, which you will not see in Veil of the Eternal Night. But I was talking about all of these different things regarding or pertaining to Shadowcroft, and Grant was like, "Oh, the Shadowcroft Arcanum. That's what we should call the tarot deck." And I was like, "Okay, so this doesn't take place in Ansera. It takes place in Shadowcroft." And Grant was like, "Wait, what?" I just that's a really cool name. I think that's what we should call the tarot deck. And we went back and forth for a while, trying to figure out whether it should be in Ansera or in Shadowcroft. What other names we might call the tarot deck if it was in Ansera. And we also both just really liked the idea of thinking about King Arthur, but with vampires, and what that might look like. All of that led to the idea that that Shadowcroft, which I introduced Shadowcroft to Grant as like a a giant demiplane. Um, so the idea was like, well, what if Shadowcroft gets summoned by Dracula? What if he pulls it to him because there's a lot of vampiric stuff in Shadowcroft, and Dracula just magnetizes it to himself through some kind of like occult ritual. Um, and so we talked through that, and oh hey, we hit 437,000. Amazing. So we are officially just under 3K from the garlic dice. Um, anyway, we talked through that, and then we came up with that idea that it still takes place in Ansera, and we just pull my setting from Shadowcroft is originally in the Kaleidosphere, so connect the dots there. He pulls it from the Kaleidosphere to Ansera. Why no Pumpkinhead spaz? We will. I didn't say none ever. I just said none for this campaign. Reason being, I don't think it really matches the vibe of the campaign. That's a lot more Halloweeny, right? And this is a lot more just like dark horror. Like it doesn't have the kitty like cutesy horror elements as much. It does have Gretchlings, so there is that. But again, just like adding an additional, more like kind of goofy or cute option on top of it is not really the direction we wanted to take it. So, Pumpkinheads and some of the other lineages that I have come up with for Shadowcroft that are like unique to that setting, that'll be another source book I'd like to do at some point in the future. Um, I don't know when. Maybe Halloween of next year could be a fun time to roll it out. Maybe it'll be in the 2030s. I don't know. I can't speak to the future. But again, it's been on the back burner. I've done a lot of writing for Shadowcroft, so um, yeah, bringing Pumpkinborn and some of the other lineages there, bringing some of the other Arthurian myths, just like as a demiplane, a setting released just for that demiplane could be a lot of fun. Um, yeah. So to answer your question, Nintendo, that is how we paired them. It was me and Grant like brainstorming and talking about naming the Terra deck and talking about where the setting should take place, and all of that kind of um, led to this synthesis of vampires and King Arthur. Yeah, I think it could do really well on Kickstarter, Paul. I'd really like to launch that. I just don't know. Um, I don't know when that may happen. Gabor, I'm not actually familiar with Tainted Grail. I haven't heard of those board games. Let me. All right, it's going up. Let me do some shout outs real quick. Thanks some folks for contributing. Um, we've got a loading page. There we go. Let's see. Richard Rivera increased their pledge. So it looks like they did the digital trilogy and then added something on. So thank you, Richard. I hope whatever you added on is amazing and that you get a lot of enjoyment from it. Crimson Red Eye, thank you for getting the Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting. Excellent. So, if you are a player looking for more content, I hope you get it and love it. If you're a DM looking to do some homebrewing, have a great time with that too. Bradley Eyre, thank you for pledging for the digital trilogy. Oh, another trilogy of trilogies. Wayne S. Young and Timothy James McDevitt, thank you also for pledging for the digital trilogy. We are climbing. We've got 2,900 to go for those garlic dice. That's so close. That's two special councils. If anyone you know wants this kind of thing and you haven't told them about it yet, I mean, I imagine you probably have, right? But just in case you haven't, let them know again. We're closing in. Yeah, I think they complement each other well too. That I think that's something. I mean, the Nathan Grant arguments are like famous at this point, right? They've only happened in back rooms. Like we haven't publicized any of them yet. We may do that at some point, but um, uh, I think we're both very good at like seeing seeing the really good ideas in each other's perspectives and seeing the ideas that are just like creative but don't click, and then finding a way to bring them together. Sometimes that means tabling an idea like the pumpkin heads until a later event or a later Kickstarter, a later campaign. It's a story-driven co-op game with dark fantasy setting based on Arthurian legends. Cool. No, I haven't heard of that, but I will check it out. Tainted Grail board games. Taz, I'm not going to comment on that at this time. Um, oh, I was showing off these potential new minis that we might unlock. Let's get back to that. So we have Pendragon here. We went on that whole rabbit hole. Let's see who we've got next. This is ooh, okay. We've got this massive gorilla arms looking like monstrous goat-legged demonic vampire creature. This is oh, and he's got this huge spiked chain up his arm. That looks awesome. This is really fun. I've seen these. Rosa from Beats Miniatures is responsible for designing these, so I've seen the prototypes as he's been working on like the mock-ups of them, but I haven't looked at them in such large detail. So that's really fun. So this is our Nosferatu character, some kind of vampire demon synthesis. So that's really fun. Um, Man, that looks awesome. I love that chain. Um, Someone just canceled or reduced. Hopefully, we can recover that ground really quickly. Next, this one is really exciting. This is, I'm sure you can guess, this is Pelorva, Dracula's daughter. I think that's been made clear. If it hasn't, spoilers, there you go. Pelorva is Dracula's daughter. Just did an excellent job there. He has like, or here, Pelorva has like her, like lacy, like noble looking thing, but then there's like a bodice of armor on over it. She's fully geared up for war, ready to go. And lastly, this one is amazing. Look at that, the detail on that spittle. And this isn't even like the fully rendered. This is just this is the prototype that he will then take and really like fine tune and mock up, or not mock up, like improve. Um, Assuming that we reach that 500K tier. So let's see. The tail there almost looks like a rat tail. I think they'll add fur and stuff if we hit that goal. But anyway, and then riding him is this mad Dr. Frankenstein, who made this bestial golem creature. So that's awesome. Really love that. Those are all so cool. All right. Have I played Remnant 2 at all? No. So I'm pretty new to a lot of video games. I'm new-ish to like the video game scene writ large. I played Mario and Zelda and like those really obvious ones, Lego Star Wars, growing up. But I didn't have a game console of my own until I was in maybe high school. And it was what would it have been at the time? A Wii U that I shared with my brother. But I mainly played on my cousin's Nintendo 64 when I was able to. Oh, there we go. Back up into the 3K range. Um, but so Remnant 2, no, I have not. R3, Arthurian driven lore as their first DLC. Awesome. All right, I will. You know what? Let me actually take some notes real quick because I don't want to forget any of this. Okay, so I need to check out Tainted Grail. Which is a board game, Kippur? Or is it a video game? Oh, it says it right there. It's a board game. And Remnant 2 video game. Thank you. I will look them up. My challenge. This is the same challenge that I've had with okay, Dark Souls. So I'm obviously familiar with Dark Souls. I haven't played it yet. My approach to games is I really like when they're hard, but I also need to have like a very clear goal. Um, I'm actually about to contradict myself. So I like a lot of different types of games. Um, I I've been playing through Harmony of Dissonance. Obviously, a lot of you have hung out with me while I've been doing that, and I like it. It's fun, but I definitely prefer Circle of the Moon because it is a lot more difficult. The boss fights take like they take me between 8 and like 20 tries before I can beat them. Whereas in Harmony of Dissonance, I beat each one on my first try with very few exceptions. So I like hard games. I also like games that give me a specific goal. Like if it's super open world, but it's supposed to be like some kind of game where I level up and progress. I'm not really into that. So I tried Pillars of Eternity, and I like the game style. I like the aesthetics. I like the gameplay, but I lost interest because there was no there were no rails. Um, when I am when I'm playing a game or when I'm playing a video game or when I'm playing a role playing game, I like I like wide but apparent rails. I want to be able to go and do my own thing, but I need some kind of direction, some kind of plot to focus on. A really good example of that is Borderlands 2. I love Borderlands 2. Um, it's got a clear goal and it's very sandboxy, but there's a clear goal that you're always striving toward. It's also very very difficult and you die a lot. So that's like a really good example of like a game that I like. Yeah. Um Separately, sandboxy games, if the purpose is survival, then I'm all over it. If it's like um uh what is it called? What are games like Ark and Subnautica called? There's a term for it. Um but I really like both of those games. Subnautica in particular is just a personal favorite. Uh Oh, they're making Borderlands 4. That's awesome. Borderlands 2 went on sale on Steam a couple weeks ago, so I managed to pick it up. I'm really excited to play through it again. I didn't own it until then. I played it on my former roommate's console. Okay, survival. Yeah, so a survival game, base crafting. That's the term I was thinking of. So a survival game where you go and gather resources and you make a base, you make a submarine to travel deeper. Like, um, yeah, love Subnautica, love Ark, that kind of game as well. So obviously those are very sandboxy, but that's the point. The point is you're in the world and you have to find a way to survive, as opposed to in Pillars of Eternity. It is you have 12,000 hours on Ark. That's amazing. Um, Necromancer, yeah. Necromancer is the character my roommate would play. I would play the assassin. I got really, really good at headshots after a while. It took some time. There was a steep learning curve, but yeah, I got like what was it, like a 10 or 20x like scope rifle, and I would just climb up a skyscraper and just like park myself there while he'd be down tanking with his Necromancer, and I'd just be up at the top, like picking off enemies before they could get to him. There's one instance where we did that. He was down in the field, and he went down, and I sniped everyone that was around him and dropped down and still managed to revive him. I was very, very proud of that moment. Kenshi, I haven't heard of that one, so I will add it to the list too. So to contrast like Ark with Pillars of Eternity, in Ark the purpose is survival, and so it's fine that it's sandboxy, as opposed to in Pillars of Eternity there are these quests that you go on, but maybe I just need to play it a little bit more, but I could not get a sense of which one I was supposed to do. They all felt like side quests to me, and I like a good side quest. I really do, but I need to know what the main quest is, and I just wasn't getting that from Pillars. I'm gonna take a second and catch up on some of these messages. I need to send people some quick thank yous for backing. Speaking of, oh, never mind. Doesn't look like we've gotten any new pledges. Empire of the Vampire. Very cool. Very cool. Let me get through these notes real quick, and then I've got some more books and video game talk. I'll go through that in just a minute. Oh, have a taste of death. That's my remix. I had several ideas for Taste of Death remixes. I used to do music stuff. I was never like in the music world the way that Jeff is. That was never my thing. But I used to play a lot of piano. I used to do a lot of remixes. Excuse me. And there were three different ideas I had for a Veil of the Eternal, or for a what's the song? A Taste of Death remix that I would have really liked to do. One of which was a Barbershop Quartet cover. I think that would have been really fun. But I have been out of the music theory world for so long that attempting a remix at this point would be such a big time sink that, I couldn't afford to do that on top of helping out, getting the word out on the Kickstarter, doing the streams, the game streams, all of that. There's just no way that I could run the, no way that I could put together any remixes while also doing that. Did you guys hear the remix competition entries from yesterday? On Jeff Plays Guitar, he and Grant listened to all of the different submissions. There were some really, really good ones. There were a couple like cinematic ones that are very much like the kind of music composition I used to do. So I personally loved those. And yeah, I feel like I want to say there were like 5 that stood out for me. Tazcapi, it would have been so hard for me to pick one. I'm glad that I am not one of the judges. Take a life from the living, oh, no eternal rest for the unforgiving. The Discord link is broken? Weird. Okay. Thanks for letting me know. I'll check on that in just a second. I'm doing some multitasking here. I'm assuming you have all shared on whatever social medias you're on for Veil of the Eternal Night. Just in case you haven't, please do if you're able to. I have tweeted both the Pope and the Habsburg Empire. Just hoping that that leads to something. So we'll see what happens. But I've shared on all of my personal socials too. All right, I'm gonna check on that link real quick, see if I can get that fixed. Amazing, thank you, Traffin. The link is working for me. Let me. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know why that wouldn't be working. Um, all right, let's see. I was gonna talk about video games and books. My my challenge with both of those is I have this is always the balance I try to strike, and it's just a matter of not having enough hours in a day because I did the like traditional school thing after high school. I went to college. After college, I went straight into grad school. Um, it was I think it was the right decision for me. It certainly isn't the right decision for everyone, but I really enjoyed my time in both college and grad school. But um, professors wanted me to like read stuff that they chose, and so I had to read all of these things that some of them were great, some of them were super interesting, some of them weren't, but I had to read them anyway, or at least it's college, right? Skim enough to be able to talk competently or BS competently about it. So I did that for 7 years, right? 4 years of undergrad, 3 years of grad school, 2.5 years of grad school. So on top of all of that, taking the time to read my own stuff for fun and play my own games for fun and write my own novels and my own role playing game content, um, something had to go. And so what typically ended up falling off was first video games, then books, like books that I would read for fun, then TV shows, and then my own personal writing, and lastly, like whatever I had to do for school. Um, in grad school, those overlapped a lot more. They let me focus on like what I wanted to focus on, kind of create my own curriculum as I was going through it. So I was able to start checking stuff off of my to be read list at a much more aggressive rate. Same with like writing. I was able to make a lot more progress on my own novels. Um, that was great. And then I graduated and then started quasi real publishing with Grant and Andy and Jake. And again, I kind of fell into that same um, dilemma. I was gonna say trap. Trap is not the right word, but the same dilemma, right? Where I've got these books that I want to read, these novels I want to read, these D&D, not D&D, but like other role playing game books that I want to read, which is great, and I do as much as I'm able to. Same with playing games, but I also have to like write Mythcraft, right? Which I love doing. Like I wouldn't have it any other way. It's just it's it's difficult managing time and getting through all of the different things that I want to read. Um, yeah, so playing through games as I'm able to, reading through books as I'm able to. It's just a slow process. And we are back down to 436k. These garlic dice do not want to be unlocked. Dracula is winking at me. I would like to see them unlocked. We don't have to buy a set of Dracula of garlic inclusion dice, but it would still be really cool if they get unlocked, wouldn't it? Okay, sorry. Pumpkinhead ended up finding an artist. Oh shoot, I'm sorry. I fixed this. There we go. An artist you want to study the style of. That's cool. So someone who like drew a picture of a Pumpkinhead Pixelgeist. Draven, before you jumped in chat, we were talking about the Shadowcroft mythos, which obviously is part of Veil of the Eternal Night. The Shadowcroft Arcanum is the tarot deck. Morgana and Pendragon and some of the Arthurian characters come from Shadowcroft, which is a setting that I've been working on for a long time. One of the playable lineages in Shadowcroft is Pumpkinhead. It's just kind of everything Halloween-y and spooky, but it's a little bit... Some elements of it are a little bit more lighthearted. Pumpkinhead is kind of a goofy lineage. So we're not including them for Veil of the Eternal Night, but we'll do more with Shadowcroft at some point, if I have anything to say about it. I also want to see that second wave of minis unlocked, Draven. I was looking at them a little bit earlier, but they're just amazing, high quality characters. I'll show them again here, just all side by side. They just look so cool. Rosa did such a good job with them. And this is just like the prototype version that he would then go in and punch up if we unlock them. So yeah, it would just be so amazing. Oh, that's really cool. Like a corpse flower kind of idea. I know, that's what I'm saying, Draven. There we go, we're back up to 437,000. Let's let's hope we stay and we don't backslide again. Feeling like a yo-yo. That's what I'm saying, Draven. If we hit 440,000, that opens up the garlic dice. Say a bunch of people go and add garlic dice as add-ons. I will do that if we get there. Then I'll go and add a couple sets. I assume a lot of people will. That'll get us to Legends of Mythcraft. Let's say people go and add that on. That'll get us to what is it? The Apostate, right? The Apostate Cleric. That one is not an add-on, so that's where it gets tricky. If we hit garlic dice, there's a good chance we start kind of a rolling effect. Okay, Dracula. If we get to the garlic dice, we could get to the Legends of Mythcraft. More people for you to eat, right? That's good. And then if we get to Legends of Mythcraft, people will probably add that on. And from there, we've just got a little bit of a push past the Apostate Cleric to get to 4 more Beast minis from Rosa. And if we unlock those, I mean, it'll be a mini of your daughter, for one, which is cool. That'd be nice. Along with 3 other really awesome minis. Let's say we hit all of those. people add them as add-ons, and this is what I was getting to, Draven. If we add all of those, um, if we get to these minis and people start adding them on, then it's game over, right? At that point, we're gonna get up to the VTTs, 100 like so. My estimation right now is that if we get to 500,000, and if we get those like last wave of minis unlocked, if we get that, then we've got VTT integration too. Because I don't think that we're gonna get to 500,000 and not just blow up to 550,000, because people are gonna add on those minis and it's just gonna go up. So my question is, are we going to get to 500,000? That's what's uncertain right now. If we pull it off, I think we've got VTT integration as well. Crabtree Legends, is it included in All In? That's not in the chart on Kickstarter. I think so. I'll take a look. I'm pretty sure All In is just every physical stretch goal that we hit is just added to it. That's why it's like, at the very beginning it wasn't as much bang for its buck, but by now it's like one of the best deals because it just includes all of the add-ons. Um, so yeah, I'm pretty sure that All In includes it. Yeah, yeah. The stretch goal was added late. We definitely intended it to be a surprise instead of just missing it. Um, so yeah, it's probably not in the graphic for that reason, just because we added it partway through. But yeah, I think it's included in the stretch goal. All right, and it looks like we're still climbing. Let me do some shout outs for folks real quick. I'm getting really hungry, so I'm gonna pause. I'm gonna set up like Taste of Death and have that on repeat for 10 minutes, and I'll be back with some dinner. You're gonna get some more Nathan ASMR while I eat some food, but I'll hang out. We'll keep doing stuff. If you get it, if you get All In, is it both 5e and Mythcraft together? It'll still be one or the other, Draven. So if you want something for both, like if you want Harker's Guide for both, then I'd get like what All In, say that it's Mythcraft, um, and and then go in and get a second Harker's Guide, and then later on you can specify like my all-in bundle is Mythcraft, but my add-on is D&D. Um, yeah, so you could do the same thing with the Legends pamphlet, or pamphlet is not the right word. It's a nice like National Geographic quality magazine. Yeah. Um, all right. Yeah, that's what we're doing. We're shouting out some awesome supporters. Why is this not updating? It's still showing me just the same. Oh, no, never mind. We're just kind of going in circles. So it looks like people are reducing their pledges, and then other people are coming in and adding more pledges, and the cycle repeats. So each time I've like gone back to this page, I thought it just wasn't refreshing, but it's just the same thing that's happened a couple times in a row. So, um, Redcoat 42. Uh, I'm sorry, this is French, or maybe some. I can't quite tell what language this is, so I'm sorry for butchering your name. I'm just gonna say it like it's in English. Thibaut. I'm not even gonna try the last name. Thibaut, Thibaut, whichever it is. Um, Thank you for backing at the collector's edition bundle. That's awesome. Thank you so much. Redcoat 42 for the digital deluxe and some kind of add-on. Ian Gray for the Votan trilogy. Joel Munn for the Votan trilogy. And Edwin Sanchez for Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting. Thank you so much for pledging. We are officially less than 2,900 from these garlic dice, so looking great. Let's see. Yeah. So it would be one or the other for each time you add something. Yeah. Let me get some kind of song going here. Start playing some Taste of Death, and I'll be back shortly with some food. And I don't know, maybe we'll work on the lycanthrope a little bit. We were gonna do that, and then we took a hard right and did some other conversations instead. All right. Okay. Yeah, Curseblade is gonna be fun. Give me a second here, because right now you're not going to be able to hear it, and that I don't think would be a good time. Alright, I'm going to hang around for just a second. Can someone confirm for me that they can hear Taste of Death?
Oh, have a taste of death. Take life from the living. Oh, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night.
Alright, awesome, thank you. I'm going to go grab dinner. I'm going to be right back. 10 minutes or so.
Transformation guided by my hand. Forge master of immortals, I turn the wheels of time. Be the darkness under my command. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for a natural desires. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. Black wings blow out the torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. 1,000 years of exile behind these castle walls. Into the night, my thoughts are growing mad. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for unnatural desires. Give roses to the victim. What's made will be made undone. I pray to God that the day will come. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. What's made will be made undone. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Just one little taste of. It's a life worth living.
Custom shirts help people feel like they're part of a team. My name is Timothy Chi, and I'm the CEO of Wedding Wire. We're very proud customers of custom.
Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. You feel it in your body, a poison in your soul. Transformation guided by my hand. Forge master of immortals, I turn the wheels of time. Be the darkness under my command. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for a natural desires. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. Black wings blow out the torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. 1,000 years of exile behind these castle walls. Into the night, my thoughts are growing mad. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for our natural desires. Give roses to the victims. I only pay the price to be the master of a nightmare in a beautiful disguise. The crimson moon is rising. One time, tears of blood will fill What's made will be made undone. I pray to God that the day will come. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living.
All right, I'm back. I'm gonna have some crunchy noises. I have some delicious Mexican food in front of me, but let's wait. Oh, let's mute that and let's close that for now. And let's turn back on the counter. Man, we're back down under 37. Let's see. Let me catch up. Yeah, I think the digital deluxe is the one exception. Otherwise, yeah, for like physical books, it's going to be one or the other each time. What do I have? I have basically like DIY nachos. So my wife is in grad school right now, and I'm obviously busy working on growing Mythcraft, so we don't always have time to do like really awesome home cooked gourmet meals. We do when we can. That's just not very often. One of our like staples that we do probably once every 2 weeks or even once a week is just a big saucepan of Mexican. So refried beans, black beans, corn, tomato, like diced tomatoes, diced onions, rice if we have it on hand, and she's a vegetarian, so like impossible beef ground up. Yeah, really really good, really easy, fast nachos. Sprinkle some Mexican cheese over it, and I don't mean like squirty queso. I mean like shredded cheddar. And some taco seasoning, and then I use Doritos for my nachos. We're not sponsored by Doritos, but Doritos, if you're watching, throw us some money. Help us get those garlic dice so we can season our Mexican with garlic. Yeah, Doritos in guacamole is just fantastic. I like plain, simple guacamole with nothing else in it. If I want other stuff in my guac, then I'll just put my guac in my nachos and I'll mix it up. But if I'm eating like just guac and chips, I just want the guac. I don't want tomatoes, I don't want onions, just the guac. And then the flavor, the extra flavor, comes from the Dorito. That's my take. Yeah, I mean, I think that Impossible and Beyond Meat have done an amazing job in the past 8 years of going from like subpar to in some cases being better than meat. I still eat meat, but I think that like if I were given the choice between a sausage and an Impossible sausage, I would take the Impossible sausage. I think that they actually do taste better than a real sausage. Ground beef, I think the beef usually tastes better than like fake beef, but fake beef is close to on par. Yeah. Let's see. Thank you, Crabtree. I have posted in RPG a little bit as well. Actually, I need to check if. Okay, still not much interaction there. That's fine. Man, this waffling is driving me crazy. We're like up above 130 or 437, and then just down below 437. We keep bouncing back and forth. I keep explaining to Master that it would be really good if we got the garlic dice. That I wouldn't have to buy them myself, that it would just be good to have them. Yes, I agree. Gluten-free food has gotten so much better in the past 8 years, too. It used to taste like cardboard, and it really tastes good now. Cheese. Vegan cheese. Vegan cheese is the one that I can't get behind it yet. There we go. Thank you, whoever brought us up. Vegan cheese is far better than it was, but it's still so far behind actual cheese. Lactose-free milk tastes the same as like normal milk to me. I can't tell a difference there. But vegan cheese just it's not there yet. I think it'll get there. Give it maybe 4 more years, 5 more years. I think it'll get there. Thank you, Draven. Really appreciate that. But yeah, it's vegan cheese has a little ways to go. Let's. That's amazing. We're closer than we've ever been. Let's hope it sticks, and let's shout some folks out. That is amazing. Corn nuggets. I'm not sure if I've had those. I've had chicken nuggets, like chick apostrophe in nuggets, and there are some of those that are really delicious that taste just like a trashy chicken nugget. Like, you don't want it to be too high quality, right? Because it's a chicken nugget. And I found a couple brands that are really really good at that. They're just delicious. Um, Colton Reed pledged for the Votan trilogy and pledged higher than just the 3 book set, so got some add-ons. That's amazing. Thank you. Hope you enjoy all of your add-ons. Hope maybe some dice tray, whatever it may have been. Edwin Sanchez pledged for Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting, $55. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ian Gray, Joel Munn, I think I shouted you all out already. In case I didn't, thank you. You're awesome. Lucas McWilliams increased their pledge. Thank you, Lucas. Oh, that might be you, Draven. Sorry. Dylan pledged $250 for the core bundle. Amazing. Great deal. Great deal. Grab a bundle there. And Anthony pledged 55 for Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting. Thank you so much, everyone. We are so close. I backed this time around. We had to check and be sure that collaborators were like legally allowed to back, because as like the project creator, Grant can't back these projects. But we double checked, and Jake and Andy and I are like legally allowed to. So I backed at the special counsel tier. Not that I need like the NPC, but I wanted the other stuff that it had to offer, and I just wanted to support as much as I could. And I've added a couple sets of dice as well, even though they come with like the add-on, or they come with the all-in set. Are 20 stretch goals? Let's check. We're at a lot, that's for sure. Let's count them up real quick. Let's count them up. Okay, stretch goals. At 40K, we unlocked 2 new playable races. Also, is my volume still good? Let me know if I need to jack my gain up anymore. All right, we got 2 new playable races at 40K, including the adorable Gretchling. We got 4 new backgrounds and BOP options. That's background, occupation, and profession in Mythcraft at 60K. And you know what? I will just... Let me just window capture this. There we go. At 80K, we got the Demon Soul, Warlock, and Vessel. At 100K, we got pin line 1. We got some awesome class pins. Jake designed one live the other day. That was really fun to watch. 120K, we got the Vampire class. 140K, we got our first new Mythic Creature. 160K, we got the Jester Rogue subclass. 180K is the Dice Tray add-on. 200K is the first Legacy artifact. 220K is the Penitent Monk or Pugilist. So that's 10 so far. 240K is Mori, the Reaper plush. 260 is the Artifact Pins. 280 is the Lycanthrope class, which I'm so glad we unlocked. That was wonderful. And after I eat my dinner, I think we should build out the design there a little bit more. 300 is the printable printable digital handout PDF pack. 320 is the Mythcraft 5e and Mythcraft player journals. 340 is the Hellbound. 360 is a new creature. 380 is a new legacy artifact. 400k is the Curseblade Warrior / Fighter. And yes, our 20th stretch goal, 420 Blaze, is our Mythic Pin collection. So yeah, we've done 20 stretch goals. That's exactly right. A rogue clone. Which is amazing. That's incredible. We did break them down a little bit more, so there was less of a jump between each one. But that's so many more stretch goals than we unlocked for our first Kickstarter. Someone asked earlier, and I missed it. I didn't comment on it. Will we return to the Magus class at some point? To the like sword, what would you call that? The spell sword, the sword mage. Will we return to that at some point? We will. I'm not sure which project it will be with. Grant and I are in like agreement that we really want to do that class. There's a couple other classes that we didn't unlock on the first Kickstarter that we do want to include. The question is just like how and when. What Kickstarter project is it going to be a part of? Yeah, so that's TBD, but at some point. Sorry, I can't give like a more specific answer than that, but you know, we don't know when it's going to be. Just that it will be sometime. Wish we could have gotten the Viking vampire Ragnar. Yeah. He would have been really cool. Based on where the setting takes place in Norsebina, there's a lot of like Viking inspired culture, and so I would tentatively say there will still be like Viking vampire concept crossover kind of ideas, but it's not going to be like a big mythic boss monster. That's what got kind of locked out from the vote. Like when we unlocked that second mythic monster, and when Grant ran his vote with Ragnar and Lishai and Yazaguda, or whatever the hag name was, and Jack the Ripper. Jack the Ripper obviously won, so the other three aren't mythic monsters that we're going to do. But the concept of like Norse Vikings, not Norse Vikings, that's obvious, Norse vampires, that concept is still like likely to show up in some form, just not necessarily very prominently in the campaign. Ragnar the Red, that's the character name from the Castlevania anime, right? I remember his character. I remember a lot of people were very underwhelmed by his character. Yeah, Draven, I think that add-on books or expansion books like Van Richten's Guide to Ravenloft, I think I want to do one of those for Shadowcroft, the demiplane that Dracula summons to Ansera. I think that would be a lot of fun. Godbrand was Castlevania, that's right. Thank you. Ragnar the Red, a Skyrim song. So Skyrim is another video game I haven't played yet. Again, just working my way through, very slowly working my way through the backlog of all of these great games that I didn't play for one reason or another growing up. We're moving up. It looks like, knock on wood, it looks like it might stick this time. We're up to almost 350. Castlevania is so good. It's like unnecessarily good. And I'm not going to complain about it, right? I love that it's as good as it is. But that anime being adapted from like the source material that it has to be as good as it is just incredible. Like they did more justice than reasonable to the source material. So, Pixelgeist, Skyrim and Elden Ring and the Elder Scrolls, those are all kind of the same world, right? Like there's some kind of continuum that connects them all. I don't know it. I haven't played any of those games in that world. But I believe there's some kind of through line there. Maybe also with like, oh, what is it? Is it Fallout? Is that also in the same world? Elden Ring is separate. Okay. Is Elden Ring part of Dark Souls then? Is Elden Ring part of anything? Or is it just its own thing? Elder Scrolls is a world. Okay, thanks. Fallout is separate. Fallout is its own world. All right. Shows what I know about video games, right? Like my first exposure to Castlevania was the anime, and I've been playing the games since then. I'm really excited to dive into Lords of Shadow. Very different play style, I know, but I'm excited to give that a whirl. Elden Ring is more towards Dark Souls. Okay. Okay. In terms of like gameplay and vibe, but not necessarily in like canonical world lore. Okay, got it. Theories of Fallout and Skyrim being connected. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought I heard something about that. But it's just a theory. It's not like an official canon thing. George Martin was brought in to help make Elden Ring, so the lore and the world are completely standalone. That's really cool. I'm a huge George Martin fan, so maybe I will have to play Elden Ring sometime. And we're up to 437, 618. That's amazing. Let's thank some folks. I'm really excited for that. I think it's also time for me to add a couple more dice to my own bundle. Help the cause. Actually, I may hold off until 438k and just help solidify it a little bit so we don't get that back and forth. All right, let's see. Who did I think most recently? I think Edwin. So Andrew Tillman increased their pledge. Thank you. That's amazing. Lucas McWilliams also increased their pledge, and Dylan Smith. Oh, hang on. I'm back further than I was. Let me move up. Neil Whitwell pledged 55 for Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting. Thank you so much, Neil. And Cole pledged 270 for the core bundle. So that's 20 more. Maybe you got like a death dice set or a pack of journals, something like that, whatever it may be. Hope you have a great time with it. Thank you so much. Java, welcome. Thanks for popping in. We're up to 2,666 voter or backers, so that's a great sign. Inching ever closer. That's right. Yeah, $1 at a time. It's like the Sun Tzu saying. I believe it was Sun Tzu who said, "A journey of a million Kickstarters begins with a single dollar." I think that's how the quote goes. Let's see, I've got a few more nachos to eat, and I'm gonna... Shadowcroft is the next Kickstarter, count me in. It probably will not be. I think we've got a couple other ideas for what we're gonna do next, but, you know, as soon as we're able to. Like, I've got Shadowcroft in the backlog, in the vault, I guess. I've got some Superion 1 stuff I want to do, some Superion, some Plains stuff I want to do, like the Everwilds and Inferno, explore those areas a little bit more. And then, of course, eventually there's Superion 3 and Superion 4, so our post-apocalyptic setting and our sci-fi setting that we need to build out. So, let sci-fi setting win. We'll see. We'll see how quickly we can get there. Yeah. I also love grimdark fantasy. I love sci-fi. Grant loves sci-fi more than I do. I love sci-fi, but it's definitely more his thing. So, man, train of thought is not agreeing with me right now. Yeah, I also really want post-apocalyptic. I think that would be really fun. Yeah, we'll see how quickly we get there. I'm really eager to develop all of these different plot threads that we're working on. So we've got the Cloven Lands that takes place, and then a generation later, Veil of the Eternal Night takes place, and then maybe a generation after that, we'll have something with one of the planes. I have ideas there. I'm not going to say more about that right now. And then back up to Kings of Tyranny, which is the first Dinosaur Wars campaign from our first Superion. We've got that cooking. That's going to be rolling out for playtesting in the next 2 weeks. And then from there, we've got some other aspects of the Dinosaur Wars. We can back up even further to like the inception of the first nations, or we might move forward and do some like late Superion 1 into early Superion 2 kind of stuff. But we've got like this huge campaign, this huge plot line, this huge thread of campaigns across time that we're working on developing. Once we move into Superion 3, after the modern era, Gabor. So fantasy era develops into a modern era, and then a modern era that has magic too. So we've got to figure out exactly how that looks. I'm a huge Marvel fan and a somewhat of a DC fan. I think that Marvel has done a much better job in the teens and in the 20s thus far than DC has. But anyway, I'm a big superhero fan, and I'd like to see some modern era superhero fantasy stuff in Ansera, and then from there we move into the post-apocalyptic setting. From post-apocalyptic, we'll eventually get to sci-fi. We'll crawl out of the ashes of civilization and rebuild it into a sci-fi world. Yeah, I think that everyone on the design team is very like in agreement that we want these campaigns to connect in some way. So if you've done any Cloven Lands reading or playtesting, there are a couple. There's at least one Easter egg out right now for Votan, for Veil of the Eternal Night in the Cloven Lands. So there's a connection there already. When part 2 of the Cloven Lands comes out, you're going to see even more connections between them, which I think is really fun. Yes, they are separated by about a generation, but there's still some interplay between them. Yeah, okay, I love Dark Sun. I've seen some adaptations for Dark Sun, some like homebrew stuff for Dark Sun in 5th edition. Post-apocalyptic on Ansera, I think, can deliver there too. We've got like the Mad Max vibes on the land and the Waterworld vibes on the sea. So, yeah, some really cool stuff to explore there. What is a generation to a vampire lord? Exactly. Makes no difference, right? So you can plan, and you can strategize, and you can go slowly, because to you it doesn't matter, as long as it's done well. And that's part of what makes both Dracula and Pelorva so terrifying, is they can play the long game, even better than the elves can. They can really take their time and make sure all of their chess pieces are in place. Lost a backer, got another backer. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, whoever backed. Let me shout you out. Guri pledged 170 for the Votan Trilogy. So, got 3 books and got some kind of add-on. Thank you, Guri. Unless, I know, stupid mortals, right? He agrees. Yeah, stupid mortals. I think what I'm gonna do here is, let's see. Yeah, we're gonna do some lycanthrope streaming here in just a second. I just need to finish up these nachos real quick. I'm gonna mute myself so I don't I don't gross you all out with my like crunching. So let me pull up Taste of Death again real quick. We'll give it one more whirl. I'm gonna finish up eating it, then we'll dive into the lycanthrope. Thank you, Pixel Guys. Really appreciate you hanging out. Give me a second. Oh shoot, let me move back here. There we go. There we go.
Taste of death. Take life from the living. Oh, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. Transformation guided by my hand. Forge master of immortals, I turn the wheels of time. Be the darkness under my command. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for a natural desires. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. Black wings blow out the torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. 1,000 years of exile behind these castle walls. Into the night, my thoughts are growing. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for unnatural desires. Give roses to the victims. I only pay the price to be the master of a nightmare.
I'm gonna cut us off there. All right, I have food in my system. I have caffeine in my system. We're good to get going again. And I've got something in my tooth here. When your onion stuck there, that's what happens with nachos, right? Oh, what a taste of chips. Yeah. OG David, thanks for joining. Yes, it is Harker's. No, you should not sell your kidney or anything else in order to afford all 3 books. Get what you can afford. Don't stress about it. Really appreciate the support. Keep all of your kidneys. It's very important. You need them. We are... That's amazing. That's amazing. In the past hour, we have teetered back and forth. All right. You do you. I have to say, for all kinds of reasons, that you should not sell your kidney for this product. You should not. Now, you can live your life how you want to. I just need to say that you should not, for reasons. All right, so in the past hour, we have wobbled back and forth on the 437 mark, and now we are climbing, and I bet we're gonna wobble on the 438 for a little while, but we're gonna get there. We're gonna get there. So let's see. Oh, fantastic. OG David, I see you in there. Thank you so much for getting Harker's Guide, and it looks like some kind of add-on as well. Maybe the Blessed Wind dice, just guessing by the prices. Regardless, thank you so much. Really appreciate your support and you hanging out in stream with us. All right, let's see. There's a handful of us in chat here. Let's Thank you, Rogue Clone. Really appreciate that. I think that RPG design is actually for like video games, but it can't hurt to try, right? I really appreciate you doing that. Even if they're like, hey, this isn't the right place, they'll still see it, so that's nice. Oh, sweet. Okay. Player journals, dice tray, and a Dracula pin. Nice haul. That's a really good setup there. All right. Let's design the lycanthrope a little bit, shall we? Yeah, those player journals are going to be really fun. I'm excited for that too. There we go. All right. I've got my... Here, I'm just going to show this off real quick. This is my Mythcraft Master Brainstorm that I used for our first Kickstarter, and for Superion 1, and for some preliminary Veil of the Eternal Night stuff. So that's like not quite every, because I didn't write out all of the ones that Grant designed, but that's almost every class talent that you can take in our game so far. Just kind of a big panorama of that. 6 journals total. Awesome. That makes sense. Yeah. Have a whole table's worth there. Will those be sold after the Kickstarter ends when the books hit the store? I don't know. That's more of a Grant question. I know the thought process behind it, Crabtree, is like we need to we're definitely going to keep stocked Tascopy, yeah, and then there's the lycanthrope tree, which matches that size. Character sheets. I have no problem with character sheets because I did not have to collate all of those character sheets. So when we're looking at what to keep stocked, we're obviously keeping books stocked because we're going to keep selling those. We are going to keep the plush stocked, and yeah, so like Stone Shark from the first one, all of the core books. What I'm not sure about, what falls into kind of that gray area of like I can't positively say yes or no, is like the magazines. I think we're gonna keep them in stock, or we're at least gonna do like reprints of them, but I can't say that with 100% certainty. So the Legends of Mythcraft, the Quick Start Guide. I want to say we're going to keep those stocked, but I'm not. I'm not certain. Journals would fall into that same category. It makes sense to keep them stocked. It would. Yeah, it would make sense to me for us to keep those, but there's a world in which the space that they take up and the logistics that they take to ship, the cost that they take to send out, is not viable given the like the price point for production. So I think that'll fall into something we keep, but I just can't confirm that. Things that we're not going to keep after a Kickstarter tend to be dice. Those tend to be Kickstarter exclusive. Pre-printed physical minis, probably not going to keep stocked. STLs we will. That's easy. Yeah, as Crabtree said. Yeah, so we let me see. Sorry, I'm getting distracted by some technology over here. Yeah, so like for example, the physical minis we're not going to keep stocked after the Kickstarter, but the STLs we can. Yeah, a lot of libraries have 3D printers now. Otherwise, like, I don't have a 3D printer myself, but I know I have a friend who does, and a lot of creators are like on Etsy now that just let you use their 3D printers for different projects. I shouldn't say a lot. I know of people who do that. Anyway, so there's options there. Hey Christian, thanks for joining chat here. Tazkipi, here's a dumb question I have been wanting to ask forever but keep forgetting. Do you think you'll be doing a spell compendium that organizes spells by class and level ever, or even spell cards? Maybe. I don't know. It's not something we're planning actively right now. So let me see. It organizes spells by class. Usually a class is just going to be a source of magic in Mythcraft, right? So the cleric gets the divine source. So in that way, they're already sorted in the core rulebook. The exception is like Apocrypha, for example, in the cleric, where you get to dip into other sources briefly, but it's still like divine magic. But spell cards, we have talked about that. I think that there's some value there. We've talked about it. We haven't talked seriously about doing it right now or in the immediate future with a certain project. But yeah, I agree. It's a good merchandise choice. It makes a lot of sense. Maybe if we do that, like that merch Kickstarter I talked about, just like, it's not a thing. I'm not saying this is happening. It's just an idea I threw out. Like doing shirts like this, doing print runs of this, maybe doing like packs of spell cards, with that kind of thing. There might be something there. I don't know. Obviously conversations will need to happen before I say yes or no on any of that, but hey, there we go. We're up to 4:38. Let's see. I'm gonna turn this off for just a sec and pop over here. Gotta thank all of you who have brought us this far. So, Stephen, Tangi, thank you for getting the Voten Trilogy 3-book set. That's amazing. And Jonathan for getting the digital trilogy, also amazing. So thank you, Stephen and Jonathan. Super exciting. 2,000 to go. 2,000 to go from the garlic dice, and then things are gonna spiral from there, right? People are gonna do their add-ons. Stop looking at me like that. Every time I mention the garlic dice, I promise, it's okay. It's okay. Okay. All right. Sorry. You're right. You're right. I shouldn't talk to you like that. I'm sorry. I'm fine. Everything's fine. Dracula can be a cranky roommate, but it's fine. All right, let's see. Let's pop back over to streams here. Dracula. It's fine. Let's go into vote and conceptualizing. And here's the were creature. Let's do some work here. No, I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Love Dracula. He's my buddy. He's my pal. Will there be anything with vampires and garlic? I'm gonna Adam, I am going to answer not the question you asked, but the question that I wish you had asked that I'm going to answer instead. Veil of the Eternal Night introduces 4 kinds of vampirism. There are 4 different types of vampires in this campaign setting. And so those 4 types are going to interact with different, like, traditional vampiric ideas in different ways. And so some strains of vampirism are a lot more like bestial, a lot more primordial than your typical vampire. More like Nosferatu, right? Just like demonic. Some of them are more... one of them is linked directly with the Shadowcroft demiplane. And then there's a couple others within... there's a couple others within, like, the progress of Ansera that... that interact with garlic and with other things, with, like, religious icons in different ways. Okay, well, it's the follow-up you were going to ask then. That's good. My roommate over there might say we got to the meat of the issue. Getting a little bit into the lore of it. I don't want to say too much, but I also want more with Shadowcroft. We will get more with Shadowcroft. It's just not Shadow Dark. Shadowcroft, very close though. I understand the Freudian slip of the mind there. Without getting too much into lore. No, actually. I don't want to Tom Holland myself. Yeah, there's 4 kinds of vampirism. I'm gonna stop there. I saw a question earlier from Christian. I think chat's buried it, but when is vote and playtest starting? Let me pull up the picture real quick. It'd be nice to have that on reference to talk through. Let's see. Quasi-Rio roadmap. There we go. All right. Vote and playtesting is going to begin with Harker's Guide options in mid-April. I know, I heard that, Trevor. I think that's hilarious. Like, the Russo brothers gave him an alternate ending to Endgame so that Spider-Man wouldn't mess it up. All right, so yeah, let's see. So part one of Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting is going to roll out in mid-April. The beginning of Soliloquy of Annihilation is going to come out a week after that. So part one of Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting, because Harker's Guide it started out as kind of a small book, and as we unlocked more things, it has grown into a meaty book. Like it might be as big as the core rulebook. Not sure. I don't have exact like page count stats, but part one, the first phase of Harker's Guide playtesting, is going to include all of the subclasses, but none of the full new classes. So it's not going to have the Lycanthrope. It's not going to have the Vampire. It's not going to have the Hellcrafter. The final book, of course, will have all of that. This is just for like our playtesting schedule, right? So it's going to have all of the subclasses. It's going to have a chunk of the spells, the new magic options, say about a third of those. And it's going to have maybe a quarter of the new monsters that we're writing, and a quarter to half of the psyche talents that we're working on, and what else? I think that's it. I think that's it for phase one. Phase two of Harker's Guide, which is mid-May, it's almost exactly a month after part one. That is going to have the full character options in terms of classes. It's going to have all of those full classes. Oh, part one is going to have the lineages as well. I'm not sure when the BOPs are going to come out, the background, occupation, profession, all of that. That might be phase one, it might be phase two. Probably phase two, just because phase one already has a lot. Phase two is going to have another quarter of monsters, another third of magic, another third to half of the psyche talents. And it's going to have a couple of the legacy artifacts. And then at phase 3, which again is almost exactly a month later, mid-June, that's going to be the full book, right? It's going to go from having a total of half of the monsters to having all of the monsters. It's going to have all of the legacy artifacts, all of the psyche talents, all of the lineages, all of the BOPs, all of the magic, and all of the class options, and all of the like specialization talents, or if you're playing 5th edition, then like the feats. So that's our schedule with Harker's Guide. You can also see here we've got like the Soliloquy of Annihilation teaser. That's going to be like levels 1 to 3, something small, but something to start playing around with. The full Soliloquy of the full Soliloquy of Annihilation campaign is going to open for playtesting beginning of June, and then about 6 weeks later, we're going to roll out Daughter of the Shadows in its entirety for playtesting. And then not long after that, or maybe even contemporaneously with that, we're going to announce our next Kickstarter project, which we've got some ideas, but obviously we're announcing it in July, not in late February, so I'm not going to say more. Let's see, other character options. I'm getting a phone call. Is that important? No, that's not important. Was there anything else I was going to say about that? Oh, yeah. Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting is, it includes all of the, like, when I say it includes all the monsters, it does not include the boss monsters. That's going to be, like, Dracula, Pelorva, all of them. Those are going to appear in the relevant, sorry, my mind is scattered. That phone call threw me. It's just a telemarketer, but it still, I don't know, broke my train of thought. The boss monsters are going to be in the 2 campaign books, as opposed to the, like, generic monsters, which are going to be in Harker's. Map STLs that we can print out and bring to the table. STL, do you mean like JPEG or PNG? STL is usually like a 3D print model. Assuming you mean a JPEG or PNG, I think so. Like that's a pretty easy asset for us to make available is like the battle maps that we use in the books, making them available just like to download or to put on your own like VTT software, whatever. I mean, there's yeah, sure. So that should be available, and the VTT integration for Foundry and Roll20 is still on the table if we really get cooking here. And oh my gosh, we're almost up to 439,000. I blinked in that change. That's amazing. 1,100 to go until we hit the garlic dice. We're almost there. Y'all, we're almost there. That's amazing. That is true. That is true, Draven. Doing that would involve making them in software like Dungeon Alchemist, and then figuring out how to convert them into STL. That is above my pay grade. I can turn Dungeon Alchemist into MP4. I can turn Dungeon Alchemist into Ping, not into STL. Someone could, not I. Amazing OG David Laudamus. Let me know how that goes, please. I mean, I'm gonna try to tune into your stuff tomorrow night, and both you and Playtest Till It Breaks. Like I've caught a couple of your streams. I've caught more of their streams because it lines up with my schedule better. But I really want to make an effort to watch you more, because I've really enjoyed when I've been able to. It just doesn't line up very much. Okay. That was all like promotional talk, exciting stuff. Which reminds me, I've got to shout folks out. Oh, awesome! That's right. So, Traven, you live in like the greater Twin Cities area, right? In Minnesota. I think I was talking about this before. It must have been before you jumped in, but I am gonna be at DaveCon in late April, which is in Minneapolis, so DaveCon is in Minneapolis. I'll be there. I'll be doing a Mythcraft vending stall during the day, and I'll be running some of our first ever organized play events during the evenings. So that's going to be really exciting. Also, if you're familiar, Draven, with Tower Games in Minneapolis, I'm probably going to do our first organized play session, or our first couple sessions of organized play at Tower Games between now and DaveCon. Andrew Hall increased their pledge. Thank you, Andrew. Zachary Klimish pledged $6.99 for the all-in. Amazing. Love to see that. Thank you so much, Zachary. Ballyrock increased their pledge. Probably got some kind of dice or something. And David pledged $95 for Harker's Guide to Vampire Hunting. So a book and some kind of add-on. We are so close. This is amazing. Okay, you've been to Tower a few times. That's great. Yeah, so I'll post it in Discord. You'll see it. Ash will post on social media. I'll post in Discord before I start doing the live play events there. But definitely knowing that there are people in the area that want to come and do like some kind of play will really help, because understandably, Tower Games wants to be judicious about like essentially renting out table space when they've got a back room that they've got to that they want to staff with like games that are going to be played and used and like bring foot traffic. So yeah, knowing that there's interest in the area is really going to help with that. Is the hanging map the Norspina or Shadowcroft? Or it's Norspina, Tezcapi. It's going to be Norspina. Over the section of Norspina that's like mostly ocean, we might put like a Shadowcroft map over that. That could be a really cool idea. I don't know though, but it's for sure going to be Norspina. We may do something fun with some of the other, like, blank space. Laudamus, I didn't realize it was every other Friday. That's great to know. So it is tomorrow, right? Because I remember you guys weren't doing it last week, but you did Rime of the Frost Maiden while I was doing my Deep Ruin dungeon crawl. I'm gonna do another quick round of messaging some folks, and then maybe we will get into some lycanthrope work. Maybe we will not. We'll see where the night goes. Amazing. Okay, talk about Mythcraft. Mythcraft proper, or Vale specifically, or just kind of some of both? What's your focus going to be tomorrow night? Or is there going to be focus tomorrow night? I know when I do, like, talk stuff, as is evidenced by the past 3 hours, it it fizzles, it meanders. Taste of Death is stuck in my head. Oh, no eternal rest for the unforgiving. Awesome, Draven. I'll look forward to meeting you. Either at Tower Games before DaveCon or at DaveCon itself. That's going to be really fun. I had a great time last year. I met David Wesley, after whom DaveCon is named. And David Wesley designed a game back in, like, the late 70s called Brunstein, or Brownstone, and he introduced this game to his like nerdy friends, and like talked them through how to play it. So David Wesley brought this game to his friends. Brownstone brought it to his friends, and they played it together. And two of his friends thought this game was really cool. Maybe we can make something else like it. Because in Brownstone, or in Brunstein, you choose a character and you, like, play the role of the character. This obviously sounds familiar to all of you. But you play the role of this character over the course of, like, 4 hours. And you're in, like, a banana republic you're either a corrupt dictator trying to stay in power, or you're, like, a revolutionary trying to bring them down. And there's a lot of interpersonal, like, play. Kind of like Mafia or Ultimate Werewolf. Like, it's that kind of social deduction game. But it's just like, I mean, it's from the late 70s, so it was, developed a long time before, like, Werewolf. So David Wesley brought this game to his friends, they played it, and a couple of them thought, like, this was great, but what if, instead of it being 4 nights and then it was done, 4 hours and then it was done, what if you played this game, but you like save your progress, and then you play this game again later and pick up where you left off and keep going. And his two friends that had that idea were Dave Arneson and Gary Gygax. So David Wesley introduced them to this game that that Gary Gygax and Dave Arneson took and thought about and turned into D&D First Edition. So in some ways you could say, like, in the same way that Mythcraft is... I mean, Grant described Mythcraft as like D&D leveling up, right? It's like a progression of D&D. So in some ways you could say that Brunstein is the grandfather of Mythcraft. So at DaveCon last year, I met Dave Wesley and played Brunstein at his table with him as like the game master. I lost, but it was a really cool, really fun experience. And just like hanging out with him for the weekend was amazing. He's going to be back this year, so yeah, really excited to see him again. I'm going to be running Mythcraft while he's running Brunstein, but if you're at DaveCon, I'd encourage you to play Brunstein like the first night and then play Mythcraft the other 2 nights. Or some combination of that, but don't like sleep on the opportunity to get to know David Wesley. He's a very cool old man. All right, I monologued. I soliloquized at all of you, so I'm going to catch up on chat. We are each picking a few subjects that we want to go over more. Mythcraft system explanations. Each picking a few subjects. I'm trying to understand that. Okay, so like one of you might pick the Oracle class and then discuss that. One of you might pick how like monster design works and discuss that kind of stuff. Either way, I'm gonna tune in tomorrow night. I'm excited for that. These sick Mythcraft shirts. I just custom ordered these, custom made them. I'd love to mass produce these eventually. That's maybe a later this summer, this fall thing. That's maybe a sometime next year thing, but it's probably in the near future. I just don't want to put any exact dates on that. Perfect. Yeah, I'd love to meet you, Draven, and any of your friends. Anyone else who's in the area, please stop by DaveCon. Almost to the Garlic Dice. We are so close. So close. Those who have added the original Mythcraft PDFs. I believe the plan, Paul, is to send those out early. Because they are PDFs. If you ordered a physical Mythcraft book as an add-on, that will not be sent out early, just because of shipping and logistics. That's going to be sent out January of next year when we send everything else out. But digital orders that are really easy to fulfill, I believe those are going to go out early. So the Mythcraft PDFs should go out sometime before everything else. And obviously the Veil of the Eternal Night digital supplement is going to go out a couple months before the physical stuff gets sent out. Crabtree, I think so, but that's really like Andy is the expert there, so I think you're right, but that's not a question I know off the top of my head. Messages. Sorry, I've got to take care of a couple things here. Just the reality of streaming while I'm working on some, like, quieter behind-the-scenes Kickstarter stuff, too. Let me move back to the big screen with a nice background while I'm doing this. how will the OST get released? OST. That's not STL. Original soundtrack. That's sorry. I'm sorry. That's a Grant question or a Jeffrey question. Jeffrey question. It I believe is just going to be on Spotify. I think there's also going to be a zip folder that you can download or something to that effect for like backers as well. But yeah, I'm sorry. I don't know the details on that. Yeah, I've seen OST floating around. Like, people have been talking with Jeff about it. So I saw that and I was like, I know what that is. I recognize that. It just took me a second to place it. But yeah, original soundtrack. I believe whoever wins the remix contest is going to be featured on the soundtrack as well. I don't remember exact details, but I want to say we have like 4 soundscapes that that Jeff is doing. One of which is like the Mythcraft video. The like, this is Veil of the Eternal Night. These are the different like options that you have. It plays at the top of the Kickstarter. So I think he's gonna make 4 like soundscapes like that, and then there's gonna be the Taste of Death and the Taste of Death remix. I think that's what we're looking at for the soundtrack, but I don't remember 100% for sure. Slightly unrelated, will there be any sort of templates or anything for homebrewed stuff? Again, I'm gonna answer what might be related. Maybe this isn't what you're asking. If so, Adam, just let me know and I'll change course. But something I really want to get up and running sometime this year is something like the DM's Guild from D&D, some kind of like third-party library where you can, guys, we got it. Everyone get your garlic dice. This is not a drill. Gonna let everyone know. Go get your dice right now. Lock that in. That is amazing. And we are off to the races. I see a lot of questions there. I'm going to catch up in a second. I've got to add my own garlic dice. So, and I've got to finish thanking these people here. So, I mean, I know I've thanked them on chat as well, but let's send out a couple messages real quick. Yeah, so grab your dice. We'll jump back into some conversations here in just a minute. For the unforgiving. That's right, ride the wave. That is my sincere hope. All right, I'm gonna grab myself those dice real quick. Pull up my personal. I'm gonna have to turn this off because this is tracking my personal one. So give me a second. I'll turn it back on. Manage my pledge. grab some garlic dice. Not for you, don't worry, I understand. It's touchy. Yeah, that's right. Sorry, we I got ahead of myself. We've got to add them on the back end first. So sorry, give us a second here. Yeah, it's gonna be on the add-ons in just a minute, everyone. I apologize. I jumped the gun. The minute we hit it is not the minute it becomes available because we have to manually go in and add it. Right, I went to add it and I was like, wait a second, I can't add it until either I or someone on the team adds it on the other end. So, yeah, we'll get back to it in just a second. Bright side, we're still doing well even without those add-ons. So as soon as those add-ons get added, then we're gonna do really, really well. All right. Rest of the team is working on some other stuff and away with like family. So I am gonna take just a second. We're gonna play your favorite and my favorite, Taste of Death, again, and I'm gonna pop off real quick and get that set up so that we can all go in and add our dice. So let's get Taste of Death on air, and then I'll be right back. Taz, I would if I could. I don't have access to it. I mean, I probably do. I just don't know where it is. So I'm going to play the one that I know where to find. Let's see, get the window, not that window. Shoot. One moment. Too many tabs. I feel like Grant from earlier today. Pop that onto, nope. Pop that onto that. Then pop that off of that. Peak stream content right here. Aren't you guys glad you're here for this? And then pop that over there. There we go. All right, I'm gonna go do the thing. I'll be right back.
Oh, have a taste of death. Take life from the living. Oh, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. direction, guided by my hand. Forge master of immortals, I turn the wheels of time, be the darkness under my command. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for a natural desires. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. Black wings blow out the torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. 1,000 years of exile behind these castle walls. Into the night, my thoughts are growing mad. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for our natural desires. Give roses to the victims, I only pay the price. To be the master of a nightmare in a beautiful disguise. The crimson moon is rising, one time, tears of blood will fill What's made will be made undone. I pray to God that the day will come. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. What's made will be made undone. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Just one little taste of. It's a life worth living.
I'm still here. I've got to update several graphics because, like, it's not just the add-on. It's also, like, the graphic that shows what's unlocked and all of that. So I'm going to play this again. Hopefully I'll be done by the end of one more playthrough. So talk to y'all soon.
Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. Oh, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. You feel it in your body, a poison in your soul, torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. 1,000 years of exile behind these castle walls. Into the night, my thoughts are growing mad. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for our natural desires. Give roses to the victims, I only pay the price. To be the master of a nightmare in a beautiful disguise. The crimson moon is rising, one time, tears of blood will fill What's made will be made undone. I pray to God that the day will come. Have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. What's made will be made undone. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Just one little taste of. It's a life worth living.
Guarantee I will have it after one more play. So enjoy Taste of Death by Jeffrey Day.
Take a life from the living. No, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. You feel it in your body, a poison in your soul. Transformation guided by my hand. Forge master of immortals, I turn the wheels of time. Be the darkness under my command. Sophisticated smile, made sharper than a knife. This blood is an elixir for our natural desires. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. No, no eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. It's a life worth living. Black wings blow out the torches, a tapestry of fire. The mirror mocks the life I had. What's made will be made undone. I pray to God that the day will come. Have a taste of death. Take life from the living. No eternal rest. For the unforgiving, legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall with a single bite. Have a taste of death. What's made will be made undone. Kingdoms fall with a single bite.
Just one little taste of
It's a life worth living.
All right, we are good. It is ready. I confirmed that it works. I just went and added them myself to my own bundle, so everything should be working. Nobody stay calm. Everybody panic. Go tell your friends, tell oh, that's hilarious. Oh, have a taste of death. Have a taste of a potato. Yes. Anyway, it's working. Everything should whoa. That mixed up. Okay, we're good. There we go. Everything is fine. All right, yeah. The pledge is working. Whew. Adrenaline there. It was like that moment of intense focus trying to make sure everything was working. Let's see. Are we okay, gotta catch up on all of this now. Gotta go. Talk to you later. Playtest till breaks. David 1, thanks for hanging out. Let's see. All right. Yeah, garlic dice are here. They're ready to pick up. So please do tell everyone else as well. Add those dice. That's amazing. I just added a couple sets myself. Unreal. Okay. Pop that back open. There we go. Let's watch it climb. Garlic dice, hot and ready. So many dice. I know, it's super, super exciting. The number of dice in this is amazing. All right, let's see. Garlic dice are up and ready to add. All right, let's see. I hope this works. I hope we just cruise from here. And let's get try to make sure that everyone in all the different places on all the different socials knows that that is happening. Yeah, we're off to the races. I am super happy to add all dice to the horde, except for garlic dice because we have an allergy in the household. So I won't be getting the garlic dice myself. I added a couple sets, but I'm going to have to pawn those off on one of my friends. Tis me, tis I. Hello, Wolfpack Nate. Good to see you. Oh, have a taste of death. Yeah, you and me both, Rachel. I would have loved to do a couple remixes myself, but just not enough time in the day. So, yeah, really love listening to all of the remixes that other people did. I would have done, if I had done a remix, I'm not sure which one it would have been, but I had a couple different ideas. One of them was a barbershop quartet remix, just like 4-part a cappella. Just because I think that would be fun. I don't think it would necessarily be super good, but it would be a fun stylistic mix up. One that I would have done would have been like a epic neo orchestral remix. We heard some of those yesterday. There were there were a lot of or not a lot of, there were 2 or 3 like orchestral remixes that were really good. And so like if I had remixed it, I might have gone like that route with it. And the last one would be like a house trap, like hard dance EDM, like Monster Cat. If you're familiar with Monster Cat, like that style of like deep bass, hard hitting, like synth drums kind of style. I used to do a lot of remixing, and I used to do some like music composition. I usually did EDM or like orchestral, but again, just not enough time in the day to do that. When there are other people that do it professionally, and when I've got Mythcraft and Veil of the Eternal Night to write. Yeah, maybe if I have like a weekend off over the summer, I might sit down and do one of those remixes anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of really cool remixes that were done, and cool potential for more remixes. OG David, thank you so much for hanging out with us. Really appreciate you being here. So glad that we hit those garlic dice. We're already almost up to 441,000. So here's hoping it'll just keep on climbing. There has been some talk of doing some. Oh, and there we go, 441,000. Amazing. Wow, man, the adrenaline, the feelings. There has been some talk of doing some more design for the lycanthrope class. I've got to be honest, I'm just not in the headspace for that today. I'm too wiped. A country version would be funny. That I could get behind that. Legends walk in the veil of night. Kingdoms fall in the single bite. Yeah, it could work. It could work. Regarding doing any kind of lycanthrope design stream tonight, probably not going to happen tonight. A Weird Al polka version. That'd be amazing. I would. What I'll say is I'll do another lycanthrope design stream at some point. Tonight I'm probably just gonna hang out, answer questions. If anything, I might do some game streaming a little bit. Cause that's like, I can do that. I can vibe, and I can keep up with like other tasks that I've got to tend to while gaming. But I've been doing Mythcraft writing and Mythcraft stat design all day. I'm just yeah, we can try singing different styles. I'm just too wiped in terms of designing more stuff for the lycanthrope. Now I'm trying to imagine Weird Al Taste of Death. Bum, 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 bum. Oh. Oh, have a taste of death. Take a life from the living. Legends walk in the veil of night. I can hear like Weird Al's like twangy quirky polka vibe with that. It's really fun. Evangelical choir. I am not a choir. I was on a choir, but I am not a choir. I'm not gonna attempt that one. But that could also be a really fun style, especially with like the give and take of like religion and vampires. Hey Spaz, welcome back. I'm trying to imagine the sound of that too. Like that's Discord karaoke could be really fun, Rachel. That's a great idea. Just all of these different remixes of Taste of Death, Discord edition. Evangelical choir would be great because we've got like the piano and organ on one side, and then like I assume you mean like gospel choir, right? Like same thing. You've got the whole choir doing all of their different parts, and then at the end you've got like you've got one or two singers that break out into like the descants. Like everyone's like, "Oh, have a taste of death," and then someone else is like, a taste of death," like that kind of give and take could be really fun. That could be really good. Like the more I think about that, yeah, that would slap. One Wing Angel, but Taste of Death. Sure, yeah. You mean like just play One Wing Angel, but it's just taste, taste. My falsetto is gone. Taste of Death. Taste of Death. Anytime they would say Sephiroth, they just say Taste of Death. Could see that. Taste of Death. There we go. Got my falsetto back. That would be really fun. That'd be a good way to like release some steam. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good idea, Draven. It's really funny in my my live show, which usually goes on at this time, on Thursdays bi-weekly. So our next one will be 2 weeks from now. They fought a mind flayer named Cephalosk. And so anytime it was his turn, they were all just like, Cephalosk. It was One Winged Angel, but Mind Flayer edition. Pop punk a la Bowling for Soup. Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of excellent styles here. And we're climbing. We're climbing. Here we go. Mind Flayers don't like your party. I assume you mean in game, right? Oh, that's funny. It's like that classic, you know what my hand is? It's a brain sucker. You know what it's doing? Starving. That's funny. All right, talk to you later, Rachel. Have a good one. All right. I need to do another round of thank yous and whatnot for Vale here. And then I'm thinking, I mean, I'm happy to hang out and talk specific topics. And if you have more Veil of the Eternal Night questions, that would be fantastic. Every time I think I'll stop buying 5e, they bring out something cool. What did they bring out this time? I haven't been following them lately. Like something official from Wizards? I'm not sure what they're doing right now. I'm thinking I might start doing some gaming here, so I'll either keep doing Harmony of Dissonance or I might just do some Vampire Survivors playthrough. That's just kind of a chill Vecna alt cover. Hang on. Hang on. Vecna Eye of Ruin? Oh man, that actually does sound really cool. That sounds really cool. I was never a huge fan of the D&D alt covers in 5th edition. The style is cool, but because I started with the normal covers, I just want them to match. But, I mean, even the normal cover on that one looks really, really nice. Yeah, hopefully, right? I mean, it's Vecna. They'd better deliver. Let's see. Wow. Okay. So many people to thank. I'm just gonna say, all of you who grabbed garlic dice add-ons, thank you so much. Let's keep the ball rolling, keep the die rolling on all of those. Um, Let me do some messaging here real quick. Would you all, um, if we have vote and stuff to talk about, or Mythcraft stuff to talk about, great. If we are nearing the, I mean, I'll circle back around. We'll talk more about it. But if we're ready to mix it up a little bit, then would you all rather hang out and do continue the Harmony of Dissonance playthrough, or just do some, what do you call it, some Vampire Survivors? I'm kind of feeling Vampire Survivors. It's like a chill, stress-free vibe that I can easily like stop and pause when I need to attend to something else. But I could do either one. Castlevania. Yeah, I hope so too. I hope we can get a nat 20, can get that second wave of minis. Excuse me, one sec. What is my favorite race for Mythcraft, or do I have one? I mean, same as Grant, right? I don't like to play favorites. Let's see. Checking on some stuff. Favorite race in Mythcraft. Again, I wouldn't say that I have a favorite. I don't think I can do that. I mean, who doesn't love the goodest of boys, right? Who doesn't love a Hondu? I really like what we've done with. I'll say this: I like what we've done with the animal races. I think that the dog person and the dog race, the cat race, the bear race, and the forest creature race, I think those are all like really nice and really unique. They don't feel like each other. So that's my answer. Is I like how unique they all are. Um, I would say favorite one to play. I don't know, because I've only played dwarf and human in Mythcraft. Um, so I mean between those human, but I really okay the Gretchling, sure, yeah, right, but yeah, Urkow seems really fun. Trollkin seems really fun. The long arms I think is really nice. And I really love the Kedic 9 lives feature. Um yeah, so I don't there's some thoughts, but that's not like a solid answer. I don't think I can give a solid answer on that. Um let's see. Take care of some messages here. Um There was another question in there. Spaz, if I wasn't going the Druid Oracle, what is a class track I would like to play in Mythcraft? Legend Keeper Troubadour, for sure. Again, I really like all of the classes. I think they're all solid concepts. Um, there are several class tracks that I really, really want to play. Um, in like a long-term campaign. And I've played some of these tracks in different one-shots that I've done. But so for example, oh, I forgot. I've played a Golem as well. Golems are fun. Um Anyway, anything pugilist. I really enjoy. Anything Oracle, I really enjoy. And there was a story I was going to tell about Oracle that I completely forgot about way up like hours ago. So I'll come back to that. For both, you're emceeing for both an Oracle and a Pugilist in Tales of Fufard, right? But all that to say, like, there's a class concept that I've always wanted to play in like 5th edition, for example, and it never existed. Sorry, right. Yeah, and that that concept that I always wanted to play was the Legend Keeper Troubadour. It was the tome master who pulls characters out of a story. I've always wanted to play that, and it didn't exist in any official capacity in 5th edition. So, of course, I leapt at the opportunity to add it into our own game. So, what would I play if not Oracle? I'd play a Troubadour, Legend Keeper Troubadour, followed by some kind of Pugilist. "5e summoning is weird. I agree. It's hard to get right. I think that Grant is dialed in there with like Zachariah Harros. Like he knows how to break it, and so I think he knows how to build it well. So he and I are actually co-building Hellcrafter. We're each taking half of the class tracks that we do there. So he's doing the one where you get to summon like a bunch of little creatures. I'm doing one where you get to summon one big creature. Murdoch Matthews, Pugilist Barrister. You know, I did that in an unrecorded one-shot where we were auditioning Kyle, the MC, to become the MC for Mythcraft the podcast. We were doing a one-shot that he was running, and I was a human. Yeah, I was a barrister pugilist, and my name was Charlie Murdoch. Obviously after Charlie Cox and Matthew Murdoch. Got some notifications here. Okay, it's Grant in the homebrew. We got the garlic dice! That's taken care of. Let me check on folks down here. Just catching up on chat. To wait until... right. Alright, things are looking good. Just taking care of Discord, being sure everyone is good there. Summon many little pets with the Hellcrafter, that's right. Alright. We are climbing. We've got 441,301 pledged. Whoops, I keep forgetting I can't scroll that one. That's what's showing the live feed there. All right. Well, any more Veil talk? Any more Mythcraft in general talk? Otherwise, and we can keep it going. Ask questions again if you think of something. But otherwise, I might boot up some Harmony of Dissonance here. Ooh, there's an emoji vote for favorite Mythcraft lineage going on in Mythcraft General right now. That's fun. Good. Good emojis, too. I like that human is just white bread. That's great. Excited to see what people come up with for items and NPC submissions. I am, especially you, Rachel. Like, I've seen you talk so much about your your girl, your paladin. So yeah, that's gonna be really exciting. Adam, thank you for hanging out. Have a great night, and I'll see you later. Class or class track that I look forward to the most, Spaz, out of Voten stuff, the excuse me, out of subclasses, I would say the Circle of Tarot, and out of like the whole like brand new classes, Hellcrafter. I mean, it's hard to choose, right? Because Vampire and Lycanthrope are also amazing, but yeah, Hellcrafter and Circle of Tarot, I think, would be the two. I am. Let's see. So a couple times I brought up like a fun story about the Oracle, and I keep forgetting to actually say it. So, the Oracle is the first class that I statted out for Mythcraft, for like the core set of Mythcraft. When we got through initial like funding and very preliminary play testing, the Oracle is the first class that I set down and mind mapped in that like mural software that I use. And it was kind of like disappointing. It wasn't very interesting. The Fate track was kind of all that I had. I just had it watered down so that different aspects of the Fate track were each different branches. There just wasn't much to it. And I was like, I think this is right. I think this is what we want. And I showed it to the team, and they were like, maybe, is that what we want? I don't think that's what we want. And we talked about it, and then yeah, they were right. It wasn't what we wanted. It was too weak. It wasn't interesting enough. And so I reiterated it a couple different times, and it still just wasn't clicking. And on like the third draft, I was working on the other drafts too, and they were coming along a lot better. I drafted the Pugilist, and then I looked at the Pugilist and I looked at the Oracle, and one was obviously better than the other. The Pugilist was hands down significantly more powerful, significantly more interesting than the Oracle. And oh, I got a OBS disconnection notice. I think I'm still here. Okay, reconnection successful. All right. So Grant was finally like, this Oracle just isn't clicking. Maybe we need to scrap it. And him like suggesting that Oracle go to the chopping block is the push that I needed. It was like the Rocky Balboa moment, the Danny LaRusso moment, where I mean, I know those are both pugilists, not oracles, but bear with me for the metaphor. That was the push I needed to really crank out an oracle that felt fun, that was interesting, that was mechanically balanced, that felt like a good contribution to the game. And now, like, I think all of the classes get a lot of love, which is great. But like, I consistently hear Oracle and Pugilist being cited as two of the ones that stand out to people as like really fun, which is just like a really special feeling to see, because that like those started out as one that almost got scrapped because I just couldn't get it right, and one that I got right like pretty much on the first time. So it just goes to show like a lot of reiteration, and a team that is willing to say this isn't it, try again, over and over and over, finally getting something to a really good state. It was just a really, really fun process to go through that. Wasn't fun the third time they said, no, this isn't good enough, right? But like looking back on it, it's like climbing the hill and then looking back and seeing the view, seeing how like cool the Oracle is now and how much fun people are having with it. It's just a really rewarding experience. Luckcaster is strong. Yeah, gotta love it. Hellcrafter fiend blood making pacts with people. That's a really cool idea, Trevor. Yeah. Working on it for some D&D and Pathfinder stuff, it was rough. Yeah, it can be. It can be. Again, that Oracle is an example, right? It took me the better part of our entire playtesting period of Mythcraft proper to get it right. Pugilist was pretty close on my first try. Like I said, some of the others were kind of halfway in the middle. They needed some tweaking. They needed some rearranging. But yeah, Oracle took a long time. That one was rough. Super rewarding, but rough. How has no one voted for Hondu in this? I'm gonna vote for Hondu. I've already voted for 3, but I'm gonna vote for Hondu. There's a poll going on in Discord about your favorite Mythcraft lineage, so I just saw that pop up on the side while I'm doing this. All right, 44,000, no, 444,100, and 4 numbers. Bread is great, right? Bread is great. 441,581. That's great. We're I'm losing some steam here, but I'm gonna. How long have I gone? I'm curious. How am I stacking up? I've got to go. This isn't a competition, but if this were a competition, I need to go about 90 more minutes to go longer than Grant. Yeah, let's see. Could do some Harmony of Dissonance. Can't vote in. That makes sense. That's a good policy. Play it and then vote. Cast an informed ballot. The exposure to the garlic dice is exhausting our local vampire host. Right. See, okay, that's my problem with Harmony of Dissonance. The more that, hey, there was a nice tick. That's fun. The more that I play Harmony of Dissonance, the more I wonder why. So it seems like. No, you know what? I think we should actually boot it up because I realized like what a noble thing Juiced is doing because he's collecting the body parts of Dracula. I think he's trying to rebuild Dracula, and that's a really like admirable quality. So let's see about pulling that up and doing some Harmony of Dissonance here. Well, I mean, it's because one of the silly Belmonts killed Dracula sometime in the past, and Juice is doing the noble work of repairing him. I think it's a worthy cause. Yeah, right? It's a noble cause. No comment, Rachel. No comment. Or ask your DM. I'll leave that up to them. Wait, you are the DM. It's up to you. He's a nice guy. He's a nice guy. I definitely misunderstood him. All right. Whoop, that's the stream. Hang on. There we go. It would be good if you could hear the music too. because now I'm just singing by myself. There we go. How's that for mixing? Is that like a good volume, or is the background music too loud, too quiet? Yeah, Nathan Karaoke. I feel more confident. It's a little quiet. Okay, let's see. I feel more confident when something is playing in my ears, and then I forget that like it's also not playing in your ears, so it's just my voice by myself. I'm a concert choir person, not like a chamber choir person. So I'm confident when I'm in a group of people singing. I'm not confident when I'm like solo singing, or when I'm supposed to harmonize a part on my own. I can harmonize with someone else harmonizing the same thing. I'm good at like stabilizing a harmony, you know, but not at like holding one by myself. All right, let me grab my game controller from down there. Got dusty. It's like a throwback to the 64 with like the dust piled up on all the wires. I really like that Discord karaoke idea. That could be really fun. All right. Let me know if it gets too loud, if this is a good volume, if I need to go up, if the music needs to go down. Hello? Did you get unplugged? Nivets. Nivets Pozu. There we go. Just needed to be unplugged and replugged, right? Rule 1 of IT. Hey, we're almost to 442,000. Let's keep it going. I mentioned this in one of my earlier streams, but I love that Harmony of Dissonance opens by showing the reflection of a castle on water. And it shows 2 castles, but it's 1 castle. It's brilliant. These games, like the anime is way better than it needed to be. I really think these games are too. The dialogue, the plot, the plot is as good as a platformer can be, in my opinion. The dialogue is thought-provoking. Circle of the Moon made me really rethink my life. It really did. Dracula was like talking about darkness and ambition and the evil that is tied to ambition. And yeah, it shook me. It's some good dialogue. It's some good thoughts. Yeah. All right, here we go. Votin. Where am I? Oh, that's right. We're at the pinball machine of destiny. Let's go. I am on maybe my 5th try outrunning this this pinball. That may have cost me it. Am I gonna make it? Maybe. Maybe. Probably not. I think that jump cost me it too. Ah! That double jump cost me. There it is. Okay. Not that time. I'm trying to get that 4th book right over there. There's not really a way to without. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Rachel. We'll talk to you later. Any suggestions on where to start, Doodly? So I started Castlevania games within the past year. I'm relatively new to them as well. I have only played 2 Castlevania games. I have played Circle of the Moon, and I've played Harmony of Dissonance. Doodly, I would recommend, depending on your preferred playstyle, is kind of which one I would recommend starting with. They're both very fun. Harmony of Dissonance is a lot easier than Circle of the Moon. So if you're like Dark Souls hard mode, if you like that, start with Circle of the Moon. If you want an easier kind of introduction to Castlevania, start with Harmony of Dissonance. Everyone says that Symphony of the Night is the best Castlevania game. I believe them. I don't have access to it right now. It's not on either of the collections that I have. That would also be a fine place to start. Again, just speaking secondhand there. I don't actually know that one. We got it. We got it. Circle of the Moon, it is time to go get good with the whip. That's right. We got it. That took me 6 tries. That, honestly, has been the hardest part of this game so far. The bosses are fun, but they're not hard in this game. At least they haven't been so far. I think second or third try is all that it's taken. A lot of times I beat the bosses on my first try. And, in one case I beat the boss in the first, 5 seconds. I think that was just because I fought it way later than I was supposed to. But, contrast that with Circle of the Moon. Circle of the Moon, it usually takes me between 12 and 20 tries to beat a boss. So that's kind of a compare and contrast the difficulty of the two. Okay. Last time, I got stuck looking for the skeleton key. Hey, we're up to 442,000. Keep it climbing, keep it climbing. Get those garlic dice. Yeah, have fun with it, Doodly. Both Circle of the Moon and Harmony of Dissonance are on the same collection, so they're on the Castlevania Advance collection. So there's 2 collections you can get on Steam and on Switch, and then there's also Lords of Shadow, but that's a very different playstyle. That's more like God of War, from what I understand. Castlevania 3 is always your go-to. All right. Again, yeah, I'm relatively new to it. This is only the second one that I have played. I have Lords of Shadow. I have both of the old school collections. Again, neither of the collections have Symphony of the Night, which, whoops, wrong map, which is a bummer, but that's all right. These will keep me busy for a while. That's not helpful against a flying creature. Hey, Draven, so you've played these. I'm stuck on, the skeleton keys. I don't know where to go to, I don't know where to go to get them. Yeah, Draven, I think the problem with, Symphony of the Night is, my only consoles are Steam and Switch. I don't think it's on either of those. Alright, yeah, hopefully, Draven, you can help me out with this. I've been trying to find a way to connect the castles, because right now they're just, Castle A or Castle B. Not sure where it's at. Alright. Yeah, I've got no idea either. I'm kind of at a loss. Trying to think what I can do here. Well, I guess I can like keep looking for artifacts, because it shows which ones I've found, which ones I haven't. I can make my way back to the other castles here and just keep looking for... I'm just not even bothering with villains right now. Get out of my way, tiny Luigi. Just keep looking for the keys. I don't really know what else to do. I'm at that slump with this video game where like I really enjoy it, but I just don't know where to go next, and so I'm not progressing, which makes it considerably less exciting to play. Over and up sounds good. That's not it. Oh, it's lower down. Okay. I am happy to chill here and just do this. But if there are any other questions, comments, ideas, brainstorms regarding Vale, regarding Mythcraft, novels, shows in general, like, pick a topic and I'm happy to wax poetic. Nope, wrong button. Go. Otherwise, I'm just going to keep looking for the skeleton key here. Hope we can find it. And hope that, you know, people keep finding and adding on the garlic dice. We've got the distinct possibility of starting like a cascading effect with those garlic dice and with the next physical tiers. I mean, we've jumped 3K in the past hour, so we could certainly keep the progress going there. All right, back up and around. Spaz, if I were to start sanity damage again, what would I do this time? What would I do differently this time? Two things. The Well of Fate would be 6 episodes instead of 16. I think that plot thread went on... It was all fun. It was all fun gameplay. But it went on too long and has led to me feeling urgency to catch up. Okay, Doodly, so you just started Sanity, so I'm gonna keep it as spoiler-free as possible. When you get to the Well of Fate, episodes, I think you'll enjoy them. I don't think they're a bad pod, but I don't think that they contribute enough to the story to justify how long we spent on it. It should have been a 6-episode arc instead of a 16-episode arc. So that's one. That's one thing I would change. The other thing I would change is I would not have split... I wouldn't have split the party. You're always told never split the party. And I should have listened to that. And what I mean by that is... yeah, exactly. It's not bad, but shorter would have been better in that context. So... like the first homebrew campaign, each player has 2 PCs, I don't think I would change that because I think the dynamic of all of the different PCs they've added is really good, and I'm glad that we did that. What I would change is I would keep them all on the same boat together. And what that would mean for combat, I'm not quite sure. What that would mean for who goes on quests, I'm not quite sure. But the amount of time that we're spending focusing on one, like, group of heroes and then going and focusing on the other group of heroes is so off stage it was a combination. It was both a player choice and a GM choice. They made that choice because I was like, hey, I think this is what would be really good. I think this is what we should do. And so they were like, yeah, we can do that. And we just kind of went along with that together. What in hindsight, what I think we should have done is been more like the homebrew, followed the model there a little bit more, and had them all in the same boat, doing the same mission. Just so that we're not taking twice as long for each character advancement. Yeah, so those are the two changes I would make. I will say I've been mapping out the rest of the campaign. I'm really excited for where it's going. I think we've got some really cool sessions planned out for the next several months. And I'm excited for campaign 2. I've started to let campaign 2 ideas cook a little bit. We're still a ways off, but the horizon is there, far in the distance, but it's there. So starting to think through some of those decisions. I'm pretty excited about that. I'm gonna look up Skeleton Key real quick, because otherwise this is just gonna take too long. Now that Mythcraft is in, these are great questions. Is there anything? Yeah, for real. Is there anything that that I wish we did better? I mean, of course. But I don't think. I think we still made the right decision. So my biggest personal man, I wish we did that better. My biggest personal issue there is the number of typos. That just kind of hurts my soul. As a writer, as the son of a couple perfectionists, who I've struggled a long time with perfectionism as well. Yeah, I wish we got more of the typos. Now, that said, I do think we still made the right decision not to let perfection stand in the way of progress. I think that just as a small company trying to grow and trying to produce more content, publishing something that has really good bones and is still imperfect was the right play. Yes, there's work to do. Yes, we will continue to do the work, and yes, we're going to do reprints that stand alone better, that have more of those typos figured out. So yes, I still think we did the right thing, but yeah, the typos just get to me on a personal level. One of the writers on my team is really great about that too, so we're probably going to have him do some proofreading before we do our next set of prints. Make sure we get that handled a little bit better. Yeah. Sanity damage is big inspo for part of your Mythcraft campaign. Awesome, Doodly. Glad to hear that. Yeah, I would love to do a Nera Ohan sanity damage campaign module sometime for Mythcraft. I think that could be super fun. Same world, different quest, maybe a different time period. Maybe it's the first World Storm. Or the second World Storm, not the one that the players are dealing with currently. That could be really fun. Oh, there was a spoiler. I apologize, Doodly. My bad. You probably saw it coming, but... Yeah, yeah. So many ideas for directions to go with Mythcraft. I'm really excited for all of that. Yeah, Draven, there are plans to do that. When? We're not sure, but if, yes. That was a very, like, late night ramble. We do plan on doing that. We're not sure when we're going to do that. There are certain, like, Kickstarter exclusives that we would do along with that. So, you know, like, there'd be some kind of plan, like, Cloven Lands isn't a great example because I don't have a lot of stuff ideated there right now. I'm sorry, let me explain what I mean by that. Cloven Lands is fully ideated. We know where the story is going. Part 2 is rolling out in just a couple days. Really excited for all of you to see that. Part 1 of The Kings of Tyranny is going to be rolling out a little bit later. Once the Cloven Lands and Kings of Tyranny are in PDF form, then they will be they'll be available to, like, you know, if you backed it as part of the first Kickstarter, you'll be able to grab it and download it and play it. If you weren't part of the first Kickstarter, you'll be able to buy the PDF or you'll be able to play it free on the wiki. We would like to convert those into actual books at some point. We'd like to bookify them. The process of bookifying them is going to be something like either running a small Kickstarter to, like, basically stock the shelves, or Kings of Tyranny, for example, is one. This is what I was getting at. Kings of Tyranny is one campaign that is part of the Dinosaur Wars, which takes place in the first Super Eon. So what I'd like to do is run a Dinosaur Wars Kickstarter that has hardcover Kings of Tyranny just built into the base, along with a couple other campaigns that show different parts of the Dinosaur Wars. You know, we'd have dinosaur plushies. There's a specific one I have in mind that I think would be really fun. We'd have dinosaur dice, all of the stuff that we do, right? But that's an example. We'd do, like, a high-level sequel to Kings of Tyranny. A Kings of Tyranny alt cover by Jake Neese would go so hard. That is a great idea. Yeah, so that's the idea. Like, yeah, exactly, yeah. Excited for sci-fi stuff, and then I said Dinosaur Wars, and you're like, wait, what? Yeah, so I think the Dinosaur Wars, I'm really invested in that and in developing that out. So, hardcovers of Ansera before the first Super Eon as well. That would be part of that, so all of that kind of stuff. Let's see. Are the new classes and subclasses going to be compatible for any setting? In Veil of the Eternal Night, Christian? Correct me if that's not what you're asking, but for Veil of the Eternal Night, I think it's going to be about half and half, because some of the subclasses I really want to interact with Fear and Sanity, and some of them we want, as a team, we want these not to touch Fear and Sanity in, like, class mechanics, so that they can be used with any other system separate from the Fear and Sanity system. Easier in Mythcraft because Plague Doctor, for example, the Plague Doctor has features that might let you remove Fear or remove Psyche talents, and you can just remove those talents and say, like, as a player, you can't take these talents because we're not using Fear and Sanity. So that'd be very easy. So Hellcrafter specifically has lore in the official, like, Ansera world that does tie it specifically to the Veil of the Eternal Night campaign setting that would make it canonically really difficult to justify working in another setting. But your table, your rules, there are ways that you can justify it. I may even offer some to say, like, to justify using the Hellcrafter in a different campaign. But yeah, that one does tie pretty specifically with some lore decisions that we made. So yeah, I mean, there's options, but that's just where we're at. I bet you can all tell I am really fading. I don't think I've got Grant's juice for this. I feel cursed by the slime. The ectoplasm. Right, lots of the classes are hard to fit into Super Round 1 just because they use magic, and that's, aside from psionic magic, magic isn't a thing in Super Round 1, at least not for players. Because reasons. There's lore reasons. You can see the playtest content that we're running. I'm sorry, y'all. I think I'm gonna get back to Castle A, and we're probably gonna call it. I may be back later tonight. Grant may be back later tonight, but this may be it for the Castlevania, or for the Veil of the Eternal Night streams. We hit the garlic dice, and that is incredible. That's what we were gunning for today, right? So hopefully it'll cascade a little bit, and we'll hit the legends. Oops, overshot. Hit the legends, hit the apostate cleric, maybe even those extra minis. I would love that so much. Yeah, the Super Round 1 Pugilist and Warrior and Oracle. The Dragon Speaker, I think, is just really fun. Fear and Sanity mechanic. The mechanic with the Hellcrafter class, no, Christian, not really. But, so, on a mechanical level, I don't anticipate there being anything that would prevent you from using the Hellcrafter in another campaign. It's not the mechanics for the Hellcrafter so much as the lore. The canon, like, justification for the Hellcrafter has to do with the demi-plane of hell that Dracula creates. And so that's obviously, like, really specific to Veil of the Eternal Night, because that's like a setting in Veil that is unique to it, that only exists because of Dracula's meddling. So that's just what I mean by Hellcrafter being really specific to Veil of the Eternal Night. There's no reason that, on a mechanical level, as Fear and Sanity goes, there's no reason you couldn't use Hellcrafter with another setting. I mean, there's no reason you couldn't use Fear and Sanity in another setting too. Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, like, we want Fear and Sanity to be designed in such a way that you could just pick it up and use it in a different campaign, like a Sanity Damage campaign module, for example. But we don't want that to be, like, a requirement for everything moving forward. So, yeah, to that end, Hellcrafter mechanically should work with other stuff. Obviously pending actual, like, writing and playtesting. All right, we've saved. We've made some progress there. My voice is getting hoarse. And my brain is getting a little bit fried. Or a Tales from Yvard campaign module, exactly. Would love to see that too. Once we get some of the, get some support for third-party content. Hang on, let me close this. Go back to this scene. Yeah, you too, Draven. I will say before I go though, Spaz, that's really cool. I'd love to take a look at that. There was, sorry, I'm fading. There was some talk about this in chat. I really want, as quickly as possible, and I'm not sure what as quickly as possible means. I imagine by the end of 2025, hopefully by the end of this year, by the end of 2024. That's my goal. I just can't promise that. But we want to get some third-party content, like content creation assets, ready to take and use. So what would that be? That'd be like the DM's Guild, right? We're gonna have like a platform where you can publish your own stuff. where you can download some assets. You can download like some page backgrounds that make it look like the like official Mythcraft spread with like kind of the blue ink splotches and the like parchment texture, like that kind of stuff. Some rules, or not rules, but like internal rules that we use on how to write stuff, how to balance stuff. Get some of that into your hands so that you can publish your own content a lot more easily. Obviously, like, you are welcome to take Mythcraft and run with it and publish your own stuff on your own platforms and just keep all of the profits. With a DM's Guild type thing on Mythcraft, offering all of these resources, we'd say like, yeah, put your stuff on our platform, on our DM's Guild, our MC's Guild, or whatever we call it, and keep probably like 70-75% of the profit, and then Mythcraft would take the rest for like hosting it and helping offer those resources. Something like that. That's more generous than Mages of the Beach with DM's Guild. DM's Guild is 50-50, but yeah, that's what we want to get set up. I've seen some really great homebrew stuff in our Discord chat already, so really want to get that up and going. There was talk about like a character mancer kind of thing, like an interactive build a character on our website. I would love that so much, but that takes some coding that's a little bit beyond our skills right now, and it's that kind of coding is more expensive to hire out. We've hired out some CSS work and that kind of stuff. The like making the wiki look nice and all that, we've hired out for that. That's not crazy, but building an interactive kind of character mancer on our wiki or on our website, that's a little bit more intensive. I really want to get that set up as soon as we can, but definitely first I want to focus on getting third-party stuff set up. Julie, did you post your monster in our Discord? Because if not, please do. I'd love to take a look at it. We've got a Mythcraft homebrew channel. I check it not as frequently as I would like to, but I do look through it periodically to see what people are coming up with. I've got to say, I love Adam's gargoyle lineage. I think that's amazing. Really, really fun idea. Yeah, Spaz, your stuff too. I can't. Spaz, have you posted your stuff in the homebrew chat? Because I've got to admit, I don't remember having seen stuff from you. I remember seeing stuff from Adam. Either way, I'll go check it out if it is in there. But I think that's it for us for these streams. Thank you so much again, all of you, for hanging out with us. Amazing that we got those garlic dice. I'm gonna add a couple more dice sets to my own pledge here in just a minute. You're all amazing. Have a great night. Have a great weekend. I'll see you all in Discord. I'll see hopefully some of you in person at Tower Games at DaveCon over the next couple months. Yeah, thank you all. I'll talk to y'all later.